My mic is live, I promise. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the table tonight. If you're over on YouTube land, hit that like and subscribe button below. If you're over here on Twitch land, go ahead and hit the follow button. Really help out. Before we get to the table today, if you guys don't watch Mads Beaver, hopefully he'll stream tonight and I'll raid, but he just hit affiliate, so congratulations to him in case he ever watches this video down the line. Either rate, I'm going to keep this really short today. Not very many announcements coming down the line, so welcome to the table. Drink more water. Take care of yourselves. And if you see any stream weirdness, please, please, please let me know. Twitch has apparently been a little bit of a butt recently. So Love to know if that's going on. But let's go ahead and go fully live here. Yep. Hopefully Twitch plays nice tonight, because I'm already seeing drop frames for some reason.
No.
Come on, what the hell?
There we go. Everyone has been called squishy.
All right, looks like everything's going all right. Okay. Just as a heads up, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed any issues, but apparently a lot of people are having issues with Twitch as of recently.
I did semi-recently, but that was like when literally everyone was having trouble going live.
Yeah, I'm getting some frame droppage here and there, so, which is weird. Either way, we are live, and I think you guys should be hearable.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Hello.
Hello. Let's
Wait, hold on. I don't know if we're hearable on your stream. Are we hearable on your stream?
Yeah, you are. I can see it.
Yeah.
Yep, I can see whether or not you're hearable. Also, Beers, thanks for the sub.
Woo.
And Akami and thank Glack for, I think that's how you pronounce that. Thanks for the follows that were like last week. But we're all hearable, so let's go ahead and switch over to Darren's story time and let him take the ropes, huh?
Oh no.
You and your fancy transition. Better than my normal transition.
You know I love it.
You better.
I really do.
I spent a whole few hours. I'm kidding.
I really do appreciate it, though.
Yeah, all you.
So, last session was session 37, Give and Take. We were on our way out of Sedan at the time. As the ship is starting to leave dock, Minuet chooses to ask his deck of cards a question. Maybe that's why there was the weird thing earlier. The Kitsune asks how his family's history and past could potentially be used to save Dad's soul. After his reading, Minuet immediately gets up and goes rummaging for a pot of tea, not even explaining what he's read to the others. Tea and knickknacks are gathered, getting set up around the cards placed on the table. Rather than a private table, Minuet has set up a ritual communion table in the common room. Once the table is set, the fox brings out his bawu and begins weaving the ancestral communion spell into his song. Ixodras questions what the heck the Kitsune is doing, Minuet replying that he's asking his ancestors some questions. Cirrus dryly asks when asking questions has ever turned out poorly. Sarcasm clear. After some looks from the tiefling and catfolk, Minuet heads up to the top deck to get Darren involved. Minuet asks his best friend if his best friend wants some tea, drawing some of the Dragonkin's attention away from trying to get away from Sedan. If I can words today, because apparently I don't want to words today. When Darren agrees to come down, the fox rushes down and lights the candles for his ritual. As the Dragon King comes around, the man's tea squints, seeing the ritual table set with more than tea. Begrudgingly, he moves to take a seat and a cup of tea. I've said tea a lot in the past minute. Once again, Minuet begins his spell song, weaving music and magic together in the ritual. The ritual completes, and one of Minuet's ancestors steps forth from the dim shadows, sitting down and taking a cup of, you guessed it, tea. This ancestor only has one tail and appears fairly humanoid. Eventually, they ask Minuet to put away the babu so that they may talk. Minuet goes on to tell his ancestor that he has a dear friend with most of his soul gone and needs help with that. No one else can hear the spirit besides Minuet, but they can see it, strangely enough. The Cruz Kitsune is unsure what is true and real and what is not, but when his ancestor offers to reveal the past to him, Minuet takes up the offer. Minuet chooses to learn more of his own people. When the mist rolled in, magical creatures like kitsune, dragons, and giants were forced to flee or be stuffed into arcane crystals. The kitsune chose instead to give up their powers willingly, that the next generation would not be as they were. In this way, their people would live on. The ancestor was one of those who had to give up their mask so that the next generation could exist. They consider their choice the correct one, because it was either live like them, the magic races, or like them, the humanoids. Unfortunately, the gates of Sedan are no more than an elaborate practical joke the Kitsune played on the humanoids. Not to say Minuet couldn't get into plenty of mischief on his own. There's a brief moment where the ancestor says something that is heard by the others, drawing their attention briefly. Darren asks if Minuet has been talking with the ancestor the whole time, and Ixodras lets him know that they have only heard Minuet so far. As Darren contemplates the cards, he remembers Dat saying that his kind, i.e. Darren's, had turned their backs on Dat's. There's clearly more to it than that, and the storyteller focuses on the past cards of the reading more. Minuet asks the name of his ancestor and learns they are called Yes, which is apparently another joke of some kind. Since the ancestral spirit can give no more advice, they vanish, dropping a bag of marbles on the floor in the process. Darren seems to have a spark of inspiration at this and sets down his empty cup and goes to leave, falling flat on his back. Gingerly, Minuet goes to help Darren only to get dragged down by his heavy, strong friend. Extricating themselves from the floor, Darren and Minuet are mildly saved by Ixodras using some magic to clean up the marble mess. Cirrus, meanwhile, asks for an amount of explanation since the crew only heard about half the conversation. Minuet goes on to explain that his people effectively sold their souls in order to live as the humans and elves to keep going, unlike the dragons and giants. Minuet speaks as though it's his family at fault for how things are for all Kitsune now, survival at a cost to others. Darren waves away this self-assigned blame, stating that there was unlikely a better choice. In turn, Minuet grimaces as well and listens as Darren posits that his own kin, the dragonkin, may have been responsible for Dat's current state, either as a point of betrayal or perhaps even in retribution for a failure on Dat's part as the past guardian. Minuet then asks if it's possible to swing back around to Sedan, perhaps around Hallows, since then he might be able to get up to some mischief. Darren groans and asks how long this might take, and Cirrus points out that it's already past Hallows and it's closer to the winter solstices, which means that it'll be roughly a year before Hallows again, much to Minuet's disappointment. Darren acknowledges that they'll be back at some point, even if it's not exactly on Hallows, and asks someone to take up the helm since he needs to talk to Dat before driving. The Dragonkin approaches Dat's box, doodled with symbols, and lifts it up. There's a lot of scrambling for a moment, and Dat pops open the lid. He sighs in relief and flops the bottom of the box, Darren peering in to check in on the rope noodle. He then bluntly asks if his people committed betrayal or retribution on Dat and dragons as a whole. The truth, as is abstracted by the tired noodle, is that Darren's people were once a form of slave that freed themselves. Rather than throw their fury at the few that cast them in chains, the Dragonkin turned their ire upon all dragonkind, eventually becoming excellent dragon slayers at one point. This is a morose truth to bear, but Darren bears it dispassionately, thanking Dat for still being his friend. He allows the noodle to return to rest and attempts to coax the noodle to rest in his room rather than the hold. After a bit more talking, Darren just takes Dat, box and all, up to his room to rest for the night. And rest is what all the crew do once they're as far out as they can get from Sedan by night. It takes a week for the lunar Nimbus to make it to its next stop, Big Timber of Micklefiery. During this time, Ixodras focuses on learning her spells, and Minuet spends his time alternating between working on the arcane engine and meditating with his rapier. Cirrus is also tending to her weapon in her own way, choosing to prick her finger and wipe blood upon the blade of her weapon. Darren instead goes the blunt path and chooses to ask Dat how to improve the weapons they have, and the rope dragon begrudgingly pulls out a book and tears out a page, giving it to the Dragonkin. He tells Darren that he didn't see this as the Dragonkin takes the page. Apparently both Minuet and Cirrus are on the right track, but are missing steps. They need They need a circle, the sacrifice, and the meditation. Darren creates a personal circle of ink and slices himself across his chest with a spear point of inkwell. Then the Dragonkin starts meditating as he stands in the circle and bleeds. the eye sockets of Inkwell awakening and beginning to weep ink. Concentrating on the spark of divinity inside himself, Darren chooses to attempt to impart a piece of it into Inkwell, the weapon he sees as an extension of himself. Pieces of memory and the divine spark are poured into the weapon over the course of 24 hours. It hurts in the foundation of his existence, but he has imbued the weapon with power. Inkwell falls flat, and Darren goes to his knees. Dad peeks out of his box and snidely remarks that the Dragonkin had to do the stupid thing. Yes, for once, Darren did the stupid thing. Darren says something to the effect that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, which makes the rope noodle go back into hiding. Around the ship, the rest of the crew notice the dimming of the light around the ship just around the dawning of their second day of travel. There is shouting about the ship as the crew move to investigate. Cirrus, smartly enough, deduces that if it wasn't her, Ix, or Minuet, it could only have been Darren or the dwarf. Since the dwarf couldn't do such a thing, she runs immediately to Darren's room. Minuet sees Cirrus rushing off and follows her, trusting her keen instincts. The pair see Darren collapsed unconscious in his room beside his weapon and bled out. Cirrus channels energy to hear words! Darn it! Cirrus channels energy to heal his self-inflicted wound, and Minuet rushes in, embracing and then shaking his dear friend, asking what the heck he did. Dad explains that Darren gave a piece of his divine spark to the weapon, which is really dumb. So he feels a bit better now. When asked, the Dragonkin responds in pained, tired rasp that the other two were just missing a few pieces to complete their own rituals, indicating the page he left on his side table. While Cirrus and Minuet are curious about their own weapons, it's unlikely they'll go as far as Darren. Hopefully. Ixodras has been watching and listening quietly, but when Darren finally gets back to being passed out, she shifts into her half-dragon state and puts the foolish Dragonkin in his bed so he can sleep the day away. While Darren sleeps, Ixodras puts her foot down and says no one else gets to perform such a ritual without someone else to be there to support them. Minuet immediately asks if Cirrus wants to set up shop somewhere, seemingly intent on the ritual. At first, the tiefling is apprehensive, asking if Minuet is going to do what Darren did. But he reassures her that he won't be putting anything near that much into his rapier. Minuet goes first, setting up his circle in a very kitsune manner, adorning it with tripwire traps on the outer circle and fox imagery within. Unlike Darren, the fox is pouring some of his skill into his weapon. It's painful for Minuet just the same as he feels his weapon pull at his being. His weapon gains the ability of killing intent, wherein the fox can declare his intent and it empowers the rapier. Drained much as Darren was, Minuet staggers from the ritual once it is completed. And once again, Cirrus channels energy, healing her crewmate of the self-sustained wound inflicted during the ritual. At first, the Kitsune makes his way up to his room, then goes to check on Darren, finding the Dragonkin still very much asleep. The next day, Cirrus goes to the bottom deck for her turn, dragging Minuet with her into the lower bathroom. Her circle is the ring of shadow cast by the hanging lamp in the room. At the end of the ritual, she casts Bear's Endurance on herself, as well as Channel Vigor to boost her fortitude. Cirrus takes the middle route compared to her two crewmates, pouring in her blessings of freedom, intending to imbue what remnants of the angel lie within her weapon with renewed love of freedom and a desire to free others. A vestige of the fallen Archon is restored, Cirrus seeing before herself a throne Archon that professes that it shall serve her so long as she observes her vows. Should she break her vows, it shall devour her. Rather than have the vestige of the Archon serve, Cirrus says that she and it shall serve the world together, hand in hand. Then is the Archon's request. Feed me. Feed me, Seymour.
Feed me, Seymour.
Oh God.
So long as her weapon is at her side, she can justify what she is doing is right. She is capable of re-rolling her saves once each round of combat. Unlike the others, the tiefling avoided being drained too terribly, and with her magic stores, she proceeds to work on recovering her crewmate's vitality that was drained by the rituals. On the third day of travel, Ixodras is self-convinced, to attempt to imbue her own weapon, taking Minuet with her for her ritual partner/watcher. Much like Cirrus, the captain is not nearly as drained by the ritual as the other two. Something about the women on the ship being more strong-willed than the men, or some such. The feline instills bloodlust into her weapon and manages to imbue it with the enhanced power that she usually gets when she channels her cold spells. And manages to imbue it with enhanced power when she channels her cold spells through it. Mega shit. What days remain during the travel to Big Timber are spent in recovery and decompression. Once they reach Big Timber, they dock at a medium security docks for 5 silver and prepare to offload some merchandise and see about getting a Hallow Scroll for Cirrus. Unfortunately, Big Timber recently received metal plates, so they don't sell as well as desired. With the recouped cost, Darren invests in 500 each of hard and light wood to be put on the ship, convinced that it will sell well in Clearport. When prompted to go find the clerics who would dispense the hallowing spell, Cirrus dismisses it for now. She explains to her fellows that they don't have the money for the materials to make the hallow spells worth it, in her opinion. The others shrug this change of plans off and leave Big Timber to head off to Clearport with all haste. As the crew begin the first days of travel to go about their tasks and projects, Cirrus chooses to commune with Lumbario, her weapon, during this time. As it stands, the weapon knows more of its master than the other way around. Darren attempts and fails to perform an amount of spell research. I remedy this. He does not fail a lot of it. He does, however, fail like 2 of the checks. Because I forgot to add my book notices originally. Ixodras receives a terminal call she cannot respond to from the Lurbank authorities. Officer Rathamu tells her that her father has gone missing and would like to contact her soon to get more information. With Cirrus's help, the captain sends a return message to inform the officer she cannot head to Lurbank immediately, but will stop by at soonest convenience. You know, whenever it happens. The response is that the officer wants her to call at the soonest possible time. Cirrus, ever brilliant, uses another sending to attempt to contact Ix's father, but only receives the response of, "Don't worry about it," which is worrying in and of itself.
Don't worry about it.
That aside, the crew make quick time to Clearport, making it to their destination with 2 days to spare. The captain commands the crew to a high-security dock, the quartermaster paying for 3 days at 1.5 gold per day, a total of 4.5 gold. First order of business in Clearport is selling engine parts and wood. Sadly, there's barely any increase in wood, but at least Minuet is selling some of the engine parts he has. Since there are 2 days to
I
kill...
don't think we actually addressed the engine parts thing, though. I don't recall getting a number for how much it was worth.
No, I don't think I gave that to you. I think I was starting to fall asleep at that point.
Okay. Well,
It's fine, though.
Is something to remember for later. Because in the notes, Minuet did manage to sell the engine parts alongside the wood. Minuet brings the crew to the council, as much as he can bring them there. The crew end up in a bar being spoken to by a proxy, a retainer of sorts there on behalf of the council, a human. The Kitsune lets the retainer know that while the lunar Nimbus is early for the party, they wanted to check in and make sure everything is kosher. Cirrus assumes the shapeshifter has informed the council. The retainer lets the crew know that 1 knock means everyone needs to stop listening, 2 knocks means everyone needs to leave, and 3 knocks means they're killing people. However, in return, the retainer gives Cirrus a note that is repressed in turn. The council wants the pirates that took over territory near Bramwell to not only be dealt with, but turned over to authorities and hanged if possible. A second letter is given to Minuet, as he asks to look at the first. The first letter is details on the enemy ship, which has potent firepower and armor, the kind that's only in the hands of Olorun United. The pirates want to celebrate while those thorns hang. As the crew look over the agreement, they find it really is just as simple as turn the assholes into law enforcement. Darren notes that this enemy crew may not make it out alive, but apparently so long as the captain hangs, the crew don't otherwise care. What's more, this vessel is responsible for false flagging, causing a great deal of chaos and infighting among the pirates. These vagabonds are a problem and need to disappear. The second letter, when opened, is from the protean to Minuet, which is mostly a complaint about their current state, which only causes the fox to smile. Brought it on themselves! When the meeting is concluded, the crew close their eyes, as directed by the proxy, allowing themselves to be carried back to the bar where they initially met the retainer. At least they were left glasses of beer in front of their seats. And that's where we ended.
All right, let's get into it. I thought you guys sold the steel sheeting at. Did you guys hold on to it in Big Timber?
No. We sold.
No. Yeah, it was the brass that
Yeah,
the
Gotcha.
Minuet was going to sell
there was.
part of.
Yeah, there was metal sheeting that we got that Darren sold at Big Timber, and there were brass parts that Minuet got that he used some of them to repair or augment the engine, and the other bits he worked because it was like a bunch of brass piping into engine bits that he sold in Clearport.
Right. Okay. Just making sure I was on the right track.
Okay, so 300 it was 200 GP that he's planning on selling.
Okay, I wasn't sure which one it was specifically. Go ahead and roll.
Because he's wanting to keep some. Okay.
Oh, so I did have the right number down. Go me.
28.
Gotcha. Do you guys want to roll diplomacies really quickly just to get this out of the way?
Sure.
I figured Cirrus would jump right into that one.
Yeah, Cirrus can have this one.
I rolled thoroughly average, which looks to be better than most. So a total of 24.
Yeah, because...
Perform Orator because versatile performance. So I have a 26.
But, with a dice roll of 2, I've got a 24. So, yeah.
Yep, you can sell it all for 240 gold. It looks like any engine parts in the docks are quickly bought up, but they're not going to get ripped off. It's their job to rip people off, after all.
Yeah.
Well, it's their job to make sure things fall off of ships for sale, but...
I mean, 40 GP worth of net gain is okay off of 200, so yeah.
Yep. It's a 20% increase, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. You probably could have got a lot more, but you have a feeling that some parts might have fallen off several ships recently.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, there was like a whole trade ship that came through, and that's kind of the whole reason we couldn't sell for more.
Yeah, we're like exactly behind the big...
That big merchant ship that's basically 6 times the size of your ship.
Yep.
So I have a question about things that occurred last session.
Yes.
How does Umbarial communicate?
They are an Archon. It will be what was it called? Not a sympathetic link. It's where the people can talk each other's brains.
Telepathy.
Thank you.
Telepathy.
Telepathy.
Yeah, because there's verbal, empathetic, and telepathy.
Yep, it's telepathy with you specifically.
Yeah.
Inkwell would be more likely to be the one that starts openly speaking out of the ones that everybody has with the whole "we're awakening our goddamn weapons" nonsense y'all be doing.
That's terrifying.
Fucking the beak opening up and God, that's scary.
The beak? What if like the teeth start rattling and moving or some shit?
And that's how it makes its fucking verbal noises? Yeah, that sounds amazing. Grinding the teeth together to make words. That's like nails on chalkboard to speak. That's great.
You can't blame me for any of this, by the way, Darren.
Yes, it's my own fault. But like Darren's probably going to freak out just a little bit when it actually speaks.
I mean, it helps with your intimidating presence.
But Darren doesn't have a whole lot in intimidate.
No, that's why it's kind of funny.
No, that's Ix's job.
It is. But
yeah,
yes.
I have no ranks in intimidate. It's just 7 because of my charisma.
Meanwhile, I think intimidate is Ix's highest skill, other than. No, I think it's just her highest skill.
Not a surprise. Yep, so you guys are in a bar. There was beers already out for you and everything. It's like you guys have been here for a while already.
Darren's just going to drink his beer. It's only polite.
Minuet actually tentatively notes. So, Darren, when we get back to the ship, we need to talk about something.
When we get back to the ship, we need to what?
Talk about something.
Talk about some stuff.
Darren just raises an eye ridge, looking over his glass like a certain emote, except, less judgy. Alright. And then he goes back to his drink.
Gee.
Viv, you're hot micing a lot, by the way. There we go.
I don't think stream can actually hear it. I think I have it muted that way. I hope I do at least. But
Okay.
Oh, how did my fingers bend backwards? Weird.
Oh no.
You guys are hanging out there, and you guys did indeed. You guys were waiting for the assassin people, right? The people that were worshipping the murder.
We've got
Yes.
we've got 2 days though.
Yep.
So
Well, we have 1 day after today.
okay. Yeah, fair. Which would give us time to we could see about if a dwarf wants to hang out here instead of riding around with us.
Okay, to verify, we have today, and then we have a whole day tomorrow, and then they arrive the day after tomorrow.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. And that is true. You guys could let the dwarf off. The whole having a criminal tattooed on his forehead thing, probably not a problem. You guys might want to keep track of him somehow, but
Yeah.
there are people that are walking around openly with like shirtless or completely shirtless with obvious pirate tattoos and stuff going on.
Well, we know his name. Darren can just use his sending stone if he has to.
Also, we gotta admit, not as cringe as having damage tattooed on your forehead.
Yes.
Okay then. But anyways, yeah, so we should talk with the dwarf once we get back to the ship. Is there anything else that anybody wants to do?
Sirius is going to make a point of finding someplace around here to specifically acquire red lipstick.
Not difficult. It's
I,
like a
I would
silver piece.
I would assume, considering that the two industries around here are probably piracy and prostitution, red lipstick wouldn't be hard to find.
Piracy, prostitution, and alcohol.
Okay, true. I mean, I just kind of forgot to separate that out from piracy.
I guess technically true.
Look, Clearport is practically Tortuga, except it has a tourist section.
Haven has a tourist section. Clearport does too, just not as big as one. But that's because, this is like the only subtropical like islands out there, so.
Actually, Do we want to get like just full on disguises?
Matching uniforms.
How exactly do you expect me to disguise myself?
Darren looks over at Ixodras. Your magic.
Points at tentacles.
And
These are, it'd be very hard to find someone else for something like this.
Darren rolls his eyes. Alter self, we make you look a little more gaunt. Someone will mistake you for a displacer.
I mean, I've got a disguise kit.
Gestures to Minuet. Also, you have the sleeves, don't you?
Yeah. So my disguise is easy, and I can do the thing.
Darren has to pause a minute and realizes he can't wear his uniform. Just pausing as he has his empty, like, stein or mug or whatever in his hand, and then he just sighs and sets it down, looking incredibly disgruntled. Great. I need to get more clothes.
At least you don't have to deal with Felipe.
Believe.
Philippe.
Oh God.
But Philippe will make you amazing.
This would be much easier if I could just wear my usual.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go shopping. And Minuet looks around the table and determines whether or not everybody's finished or not.
Makes fun.
Serious, you done drinking your drink?
Drink what? Drink?
Oh, right, you don't drink.
Yeah.
Worships an alcoholic god, does not drink.
Yeah, basically. She's a rebel like that.
It looks like everybody is.
In that case, Minuet gets up and grabs Darren and begins dragging him.
Inserts
to.
groaning and disgruntled sighing.
Are y'all gonna go together? What?
For clothes. For Darren.
He said what? Because you were completely robot when you. All we heard was for Darren.
Okay.
Well, you're coming in better now. What were you saying?
Minuet's gonna grab Darren and go shopping
Gotcha. Was anybody else gonna go with
for
you,
clothes.
with them for shopping
Yeah.
for clothes? Ixodras, Cirrus.
I mean,
Might as well.
getting clothes and getting lipstick are probably not too dissimilar of places.
All right. So, Minuet, what are you dressing up everybody in? I want to hear. It sounds like Minuet's taking the lead on this one.
We're doing like the stereotypical like dark and brooding thief clothing.
Oh, so baggy, black.
Yep.
So we all have nicknames. We all have nicknames, and also we're the Twilight Thieves. Of course, it's going to be brooding and black and. Darren is going to be fine with this, by the way.
Even though you kind of look like a teenager that just got into high school, is trying to figure out how to fit in with the in crowd.
Oh no, he doesn't care about that. He just finds that black is generally an efficient color.
Yeah, that's going to be cheap and easy enough here.
like big like long brimmed hat.
Oh god, you're going
Very
with the hats.
bloodborne clothing.
I'm okay with this now.
Bloodborne clothing.
Oh, so you're not just going with the baggy clothing. You're going with the I'm an edgy McEdgelord teenager. Look how cool I am with my samurai sword levels of let's be rogues.
I mean, have you seen our fucking weapons?
True.
I mean, quite literally, prior to performing the ritual, Cirrus spent plenty of time studying the blade.
Not touching that one. Nope.
Damn.
Go ahead and spend probably 7 silver each for each person that's going with this thing. Since Cirrus is posing as the leader, are you giving them anything special there, Minuet?
I mean, that's up to Cirrus.
I mean, technically, I haven't positioned myself as the leader, just the one who wrote the note.
True. So it's up to you guys if you want
I have no problem taking the role of leader of this fictional band of thieves, though.
Cool.
And just as a reminder for everybody,
Captain, what do you think?
You get a shrug from Ixadrass.
Cool.
She doesn't care either way.
and then did you want to remind everybody in stream what your fictional names are, by the way?
I believe Ix's code name was Autumn.
Cirrus was Dusk.
Darren, do you remember yours?
Gloom.
Gloom. And Minuet?
Wasn't mine like Nocturne or something?
Yes.
Or hold on. Yeah, okay.
It
God,
was
the
Nocturne.
edge.
I mean, Cirrus went all the way in this, and now you guys are going over the edge. So you guys are probably walking around in large...
We went over the edge a long time ago.
It's the end of the world as you know it. So you guys are walking around in baggy black pants, baggy black shirt, an overshirt that's probably the equivalent nowadays of one of those hoodies that zips up. And then you got the scarf, and then you got the wide brim hat. And Cirrus is wearing the bright red frickin' lipstick.
I just X went for the bloodborne trench coat and everything.
Oh,
Like,
so
she-
X went with the trench coat.
X went for the fancy.
Gotcha. Do you want to spend a couple more silver to have it actual be fancy shit?
Yes.
You know what? Darren will spend the extra silver.
No, Minuet does because
Everyone's getting fancier shit.
evening out silver. I'm gonna do just a full 4 GP.
Okay, you guys are allowed to be just a little bit unique each because you guys are probably following the same theme. But we got one in a trench coat.
Yeah, so Minuet has rat pants and the tunic with the big sleeves.
Oh, so you're doing the pseudo ninja thing.
Yeah.
Weeb.
We're all weeb here.
Is Darren doing the I'm the muscle thing where he's wearing the sleeveless shirt? Or just the vest?
He definitely should do the I'm the muscle thing at the very least.
He is going to do the muscle thing. He's going to have it's the worst way I can put it, because I have no other words for what it is like the sleeveless turtleneck looking thing that actually looks kind of nice. except they probably don't have it exactly in his size, so it may be just a little small because
That-
they're in big.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
The big muscle guy always wears the shirt that's just one size too small.
He's not doing it intentionally.
Cirrus,
And
tell
also,
me. Well, go ahead.
yeah, just perhaps one too many belts, because he. I
Of
would assume
course.
Minuet told him that just no, you need one or two more belts, and then it's perfect.
Yeah, everyone does. Everyone needs more belts.
Cirrus, you know what position that leaves you in the Thieves Club, right?
The slutty one?
The one in the black dress, the smooth lady.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, seriously, I when I wrote that note, I believe I told everyone that I channeled my inner Fujiko while writing it. So
Yes.
that works.
So she's not wearing the edgy black clothing. No, she's got that thin dress with far too many belts. She looks
Fucking
like somebody that would either be the center of
black
attention at a
satin.
party or
So what,
like you
Lulu?
ignore her.
Oh, yeah. That would fit, I guess.
Also,
Lulu.
why? While I've been channeling my inner Fujiko while Varian's been dressing us, he's apparently channeling his inner Nomura.
With our powers combined, we are Lulu from Final Fantasy X.
God. All right. I'm gonna really quickly BRB. If you guys want to openly roleplay, you're free to for a few more moments. But Burb,
Okay.
I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Also, yeah, Ix's dress does have a plushie.
You could bring the plushie. That'd be kind of funny.
I'm not cosplaying Lulu.
Burb.
But she can do Blizzaga.
Literally.
And in that case, it should be Ix.
What, wearing the dress? I mean, she could.
Y'all swap.
No.
No, it's best that Ix doesn't go with the dress look, because that would be too close to her normal.
Fair. Good times though. But yeah, this will definitely work though. Also, Minuet form shifts into human.
You got the easy disguise.
Yeah.
So I've got to just say this apropos of nothing, or at least I hope apropos of nothing. It might become apropos of something, considering we're an adventuring party.
Huh?
But the other day, my brain conceived of one of those, you just hear the punchline jokes.
Oh no.
And then she said, arson! And I said, son, no, we have a daughter! So yeah, since I've conceived of this, chances are this bar is going to be lit on fire, and presumably after the stream a couple of days ago, filled with bear traps.
Oh fucking that place is awful in Fallout New Vegas.
Yes.
So, that made me think. Spell that just conjures a shitload of bear traps in an area.
Yeah.
We already love grease in this house. Why not? There's no way in hell Darren would make it.
One could make an argument that bear traps might be the opposite of grease, though.
Hey, at least they don't move.
'Cause
No, see,
it's
here's the
great
thing.
traction.
No, you grease the floor, and then they fall on the bear traps.
No, you grease the floor, conjure the bear traps, and now the bear traps are sliding around like hungry Roombas.
I'm just seeing one of those Legend of Zelda rooms with the spike traps in them. You know, the ones that fucking slide around the room. And they
What
just sit there waiting menacingly for you to cross their path before they start sliding again.
Gosh, the image in my head of just all our characters in a greased up room spinning in circles while there are just bear traps sliding around us, and the tune going in the background is the one you all know. Do, 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 do. God.
Or breakdance thing that's been going around.
It would be nice if we could have understood anything said,
Damn it.
There you
and
are.
that comes through.
The breakdance meme that's been going around.
Oh no.
That song. All right, let me get myself back up.
No, you see,
By the way, I'm glad I don't have to meme. You guys are memeing the bear traps for me. I was going to do that all stream.
you see, no, the breakdance meme is done. Now we all just post the he or she wants to order me.
Not the other one where the three characters are marching in a row.
No, yeah, the Dr. Livesey walk was between those two. It's on its way out.
I like that one though.
I do
I
too.
never even saw that one.
Memes
The Ed and Eddie one. made
memes
me
are
smile.
progressing so fast.
They are currently in a state of fume.
Noom.
Yeah.
So
Also,
it's 3 a.m. in the meme world. Got it.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
like-
it's better than some memes. Some memes that don't die need to die.
Yeah. So
And the ancient memes will forever be immortal.
We're looking at you,
gosh.
Loss.
Loss.
Darren, once he sees everybody in their outfits, is going to look around and sigh.
Did we ever figure out if Simpsons did it first?
What, loss?
Yes.
I'm sure you could prove it somehow. And why is Darren sighing?
Are we happy now? We have clothes. Again. Just
One can never have enough clothes.
you say that, but I have plenty. I would rather reserve my drawer space for scrolls and books.
Get more bookshelves.
Then I have to carry them on the ship because none of you can lift
Use you.
without help.
Use you.
Folds his arms. I know
Folds
what I
her
said.
arms. Also, I'm pretty sure Minuet can lift at least as much as.
Looks at Minuet, rolls up the sleeve, and then just puts their arms beside each other for comparison.
Points at Minuet's belt.
Only because of that.
Can't hold.
And
It's not belt, it's the fucking
Heavyweight.
heavy though.
Yeah.
Whatever. The fucking. He doesn't have the ant haul one. He has the heavy load one.
Yeah.
Either way, points at that,
And
and it means he can actually lift things large.
I did say without help. But are you satisfied now, Minuet? Do we look the part?
Robot Vari says, I suppose. You guys have a day and a half to kill. What else do you want to do while you're here?
Well, one of the questions is, do we want to walk around in our new outfits to make sure it's known that, we are here? Or do we want to not walk around in these outfits?
Ixadrash shrugs and starts prestidigitating her fur to a more blue and silver look. She's essentially palette swapping herself. At least her visible fur,
Choose your fighter.
which, isn't.
By the way, Era, have you saved the updated table?
I did once, but I'll do it again right now, just to make sure.
So the white parts of fur are getting a more silver sheen, and the black parts of fur are turning to a more like dark.
Sounds like you guys are walking around for the next day and a half like this.
Yay.
Is there anything else you guys want to do in Clearport at all, or do you guys want to just actually hang out for once? Again.
Well, Cirrus does have a plan of what to do before this meeting.
What's that?
The same thing we did yesterday, Pinky.
Take over the world?
Shove magic into a weapon.
Oh, fair enough.
Variance disconnect.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
So,
Also, yeah, I'm swapping connections.
Okay.
so the moment Cirrus notes that, Darren is going to very quickly remind her that it takes a full day of recuperating afterward. So are you sure you want to try that in short succession?
Wait, it takes a full day of recuperating afterward?
Yes.
Oh, it's a good thing we have a full day before they get here.
I thought it
It
was
takes
just a
24 hours to do the ritual, and then you rest for another 24.
Oh, so we just don't have.
Oh, I don't remember that aspect.
It was not explicitly stated how long the rest took, but the implication is, yeah, you were up for 24 hours doing that ritual, and
Fair enough.
you're out for the next day.
In which case, Ix is gonna read off a scroll while we wander around and.
Ix is going to what?
Minuet is going to
Well, this
read
is
off
why
her
I didn't want to
scroll.
move. Yeah, I didn't want to move my microphone away. But that's what you.
Sorry.
And then, Minuet, what are you doing?
Minuet's going to pull Darren to the side
Oh no.
at some point.
Oh no.
And yeah, is gonna say, so, I did some thinking about the reading that I did and the communion, and I want to learn some things. And you might be able to help.
Well, that entirely depends on what you want to learn.
Well, arts that my family might have used in the past. Uh, um, the art of stealing souls.
Darren's eyes narrow. You do understand the implications of such an art, yes?
Yeah. In order to save a soul, we might need it. We might need the knowledge. How to do it, how to fix it.
Darren lays a hand on the tome. Even I understand some knowledge is meant to be lost. And I understand
Yeah.
you mean well with it. I would need to consider this.
I'd appreciate it. Because I think that's what was not said but implied.
If there is anyone who could do it for a good reason, it would be you. And if I can find it in myself to seek that knowledge, then I suppose I would do so for you.
I appreciate that.
He gives a brief and dismissive wave. I've not agreed to it yet. I would still need to think on it.
Well, as long as we have something by the time we get back. Because I don't think that us just storming in and not knowing what we're doing, we might do more damage than good.
That I will not deny. But for now, we have something else ahead of us. Something that demands our focus. And I have much experimentation left to do.
Ah.
And all that means is that there is much time to consider what you have asked. There is time.
Actually,
Right.
also, a thing that I've been considering is, depending on what I learn, well, you know how arcane engines work. Combining those knowledges in order to facilitate things. Because when the lights go out in Sudan, that's not going to be a time that we're going to want to be there.
No, it's not. But luckily for us, we won't be there very long.
Fair. Alright, well, thanks.
I'm sorry if this is not the answer you wanted to hear.
It's fine. And Minuet kind of starts to walk off.
Darren sighs and heads for the ship.
Hey, Cirrus,
Yes.
you're walking around that outfit, right?
For a bit, but she is definitely going to, considering what's about to go down, have to spend some time talking philosophy with Umbariel.
Was about to say, because, you know, walking down the street, you know what's going to happen with a bunch of pirates, right?
Yeah,
Catcalls, even a couple of female ones.
she'll take it in stride unless anyone tries anything, and then they are getting fucking deck.
No, these are pirates. They're not stupid. They're just stupid.
Translator's note, decked means admonishing ray. It's non-lethal, and it makes a statement.
How many laser beams can you put out now?
Only two.
Enough.
What, 2? Okay.
Enough to deal with most level 1 people.
Enough to deal with most level 5 people.
Yep, you guys are going to make it back to the ship. Dat must be feeling better because he's got a sign up that says surf and turf.
Woo!
In parentheses, fell
Also-
off a ship.
Of course. I was about to say, yeah, he's back to collecting ingredients apparently.
Well, at least he's feeling better.
Do you guys think I actually made this fall off a ship? No, somebody else did. You think I'm afraid of being out in the open here?
I get the feeling you don't care here.
No, why would I? Everybody just thinks I'm a ghost. Ooh!
Wait, last time we were here, didn't you steal weed from some kids?
No, that was in Borg's Fury. Or Mikhail Fury. Last time we were here, I hid Nick's dress's shirt for a while.
Oh, yeah.
No, I just make myself stark white and tell people I'm a spirit, and they just agree because they think I'm a ghost, and they give me whatever I want. See, look, is white now. And he goes, look, semi-transparent. Now he's semi-transparent. And he goes, I'm a ghost! Woo!
Darren is going to
Give
grab
me 7
Noodle
pounds
and...
of steak!
Darren is just going to grab Noodle and lift them up like a cat.
Ah, why?
Because you're being silly and very, very cute.
I'm not cute, I'm a ghost. I'm supposed to be terrifying. It works with them. Why doesn't it work with you? Oh, right, that's how you guys found me in the first place.
You were much better at hiding back then.
I'm good at hiding. I'm just lazy.
And also, you don't really need to hide on our ship, as Darren heads down into the hold anyway.
But the steak, they're up, and I got vegetables.
Well, when I say he heads down into the hold, he's not on the top deck.
Oh. Leo's to go back to cooking.
We shouldn't
Alas.
be having steak on the top deck anyway.
Oh no, where's this fun going?
I mean, we're already dealing with an insane cult trying to bring back their serial killer god. We don't need the stakes being raised any higher.
I
should have seen
that
that
one
one coming.
caused physical pain.
I should have
That
saw
one
that one
caused
coming.
physical pain.
Jeez. Are you guys gonna bring this up now, or are you gonna discuss this with them later?
Probably discuss it with him when Cirrus is back, because this is probably an all crew on hand thing.
It won't take long for her to get back. Basically, what she was out doing was just at least trying to generate, rumor mongering.
Yeah.
Because, if we're supposed to be some high profile, phantom thief, it would do to have that being discussed by the locals.
It is currently hard to miss y'all.
Yep.
AnimeCon just came to town. There's only 4 attendees, you 4.
Something. We stand out so much, people don't want to look at us.
They look at you guys like they look at a bunch of people pretending to be pirates. Like a certain group of college students that were here at one point in time.
That we dealt with.
You did.
My fucking ship.
My fucking ship. Oh, that's
Yeah,
Sky Battle.
except Ix wears it well, and she struts like she knows what she's doing. So,
See, you and Ian get along great together. Honestly.
me and who?
Ian.
Oh,
One of Ian's mottos is if you walk like you belong somewhere and you talk like you belong somewhere, people are going to assume you belong there.
You stole that from the doctor, didn't
No, I don't watch Doctor Who. Never have. I've seen 1 episode total. Ever.
then you've watched Doctor Who. You're a liar.
An episode.
Shame.
Okay, so Yeah. Real talk though. That's how you well, as like a service tech and can just like go wherever the fuck you want, because yeah, the if you're purposefully going into somewhere, nobody's gonna fucking mess with you.
Especially if you're holding a clipboard while doing so.
I mean, just put on
Yeah.
brown short shorts. You're good.
Or a tool bag. Oh god.
Look, whatever you're doing, just make yourself look like you're part of IT or part of, maintenance.
Or a repair guy.
Oh yeah, IT is really easy. Carry a laptop, look pissed off. Because I could tell you, as somebody that works in QA and IT, that's pretty much how I look as my default state at work all the time. I'm going to go somewhere and I'm going to plug something in that somebody said was plugged in 99% of the time. Or it's actually broken and I don't know how.
I'm just remembering the line from Specialist Zach in Fallout. Of course your gun's broken. What'd you do to it?
You know, those are words I've said. Of course it's broken. How? How'd you do it this time? I'm having flashbacks.
Okay, so I gather with all hands back on deck, we can talk with the dwarf dude.
Yep, you will be served steak, rice. It will be some sort of fish that probably came from Hampton, probably salmon since they grow quick enough. It looks like you guys are getting broccoli and cauliflower and a cheese sauce. And they have little pirate flags stuck in everything. Because, of course he did.
Wonderful.
So what are you saying to the dwarf?
So Darren, Ix, y'all wanna what do you shall we Minuet's kind of just looking back and forth between everybody.
Just kind of get a raised eyebrow from Ixadrass.
Darren is going
Do we
to fold his hands
Do
and lean on the table.
do we want to mention that Mr. Dorfman can probably well, find some place here potentially if he wants.
I mean, we have ways of messaging him regardless of the situation, so, you know. Eh.
Okay.
Leave it up to him, I guess.
The long and
And
short
we're talking about him like he's not here and he's sitting at the table right over there.
He's used to it now.
Darren just sighs. Look, the long and short of it is you did request to come here, to some extent. And we are here. You are free to leave the ship if you like.
Where's here?
Clearport.
Even with this, points at his forehead.
I think you'd be fine here.
You say that like people in Clearport are gonna give a shit.
I never.
Oh
been
yeah,
here.
there was all kinds of dudes. There's all kinds of dudes with pirate tattoos and all kinds of stuff.
Indeed. You are least likely to be taken in here. After all, this is the Kahakai Archipelago. You wouldn't even need to get into pirate work if you didn't want to. There's plenty of honest work to be had here.
Well, to be honest, I'm terrified to continue to be on your ship. Kind of tired of not seeing other people. Not that you're all
Yeah, that's fair.
sucky, but y'all suck.
That's fair.
She just raises an eyebrow.
Have you ever been locked in a room for several months of your life? Not really able to go out, It kind of gets to be a bit much. So if this really is safe, I would like to, at least for a while, stay here. And
We
pay
have
in your
to,
debts.
We have to define safe in certain ways, but for you, it
He'll
should
be
be
fine.
safe adjacent.
The one thing I would request is that you wait 2 more days. There's something that is going to happen here very shortly, and I doubt you need me to tell you that it's probably going to revolve around us and be dangerous.
Am I okay to leave the ship a little bit?
You should be.
All right. Good.
I will give him 10 gold and tell him that there are plenty of places to get drunk.
Oh, good. Then our life will be good.
Just make sure to find a job before you spend all your money.
But where's the fun in that?
The fun in not being broke.
Fine.
No,
Which
no,
means you
it's
can-
address. If he wants to end up in the drunk barrel outside of an inn, that's his choice.
Yes, but as the captain, it's my job to, at least offer the smarter decision making. One of us has to be the good role model of decision making here.
Wait, you mean I'm not?
Sometime. Points at his weapon.
It
I
shudders.
was curious.
And look where that got
Literally gestures to the pendant of with Vari's holy symbol on it.
you. And look where that got you.
General gesturing of like, what do you want from me?
She just
Hey,
crosses her
Darren.
arms.
Uh, he gestures to himself and says pot. Gestures to Darren, says kettle. So about that thing we were talking about the other day.
And he doesn't even have a comeback for it. How does it feel?
Glares at Ixodras.
Ixodras is just doing that really haughty noblewoman smirk. That I'm right and I know it and you can't do anything about it smirk.
Which thing is this?
Actually, it was just earlier. The
Yes,
the stuff to learn.
different in magnitude. And then he just starts eating to shut up.
Hey, X. Vera
What?
says you need to do the oh ho 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 laugh like a true noble woman.
Oh, the Shantoto laugh.
I don't even know how she does that laugh. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Never listened to it. I'll work on it in my. I'm not having my first attempt be on stream. I actually like to practice my laugh tracks.
I don't. My laughs are just notoriously evil, apparently.
I can do all sorts of laughs, including ones that made my old roommate run out of his door screaming every morning.
Not
Wow.
touching that one.
He just would get really high, and I would do one of my creepier laughs through the very thin wall.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
we
understandable.
were room adjacent. We were room adjacent, and the first time I did it, he literally ran screaming out of the house at like 3 a.m.
I mean, he
fucking
was
amazing.
high, so
He wasn't just high. He was like on a different fucking plane of existence. He had fucking had so much.
people.
It was fucking funny. I could smell it through the wall, and that's why I started fucking with him.
That's
Moderation,
Hey,
people.
when I can smell it, had twice the amount of should have. 'Cause I can't smell things very well. At all.
Moderation, people.
It's like my current roommate was giving me a ride home from the store the other day, and there was a car like 50 feet in front of us. Smell the weed coming out of it.
That's because they probably hotboxed
Ah, that's
it.
awful.
I hate when people do that in the car because it smells so nasty a day later. Either rate,
Every once in a while, I'll experience like that walking through the parking lot at school.
it's because you
Ugh.
work at a college. Yeah, college students. Of course, you're gonna smell it at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stupid waste of money
Anyways.
is what it is.
Something don't do drugs, people.
Yep, basically.
Or just
Drugs are bad, okay?
something moderation, please. So
But anyway,
Dwarf is gonna go out exploring that night. As a heads up, you guys probably all go to bed, have a lovely night. When you guys get up in the morning, you find him on the ship. All right, it looks like he made it about 4 steps on before he passed out.
That sounds about right.
aw.
Darren is going to just drag him down into the whatever room he's been using to sleep in, and just setting him into a cot.
Dwarves are awkwardly heavy. It's like trying to drag a cat that doesn't want to move. Except you're pretty sure he's just drunk and passed out.
I was going to say Darren's used to it either way.
Not really. You don't have to drag eggs anywhere.
Yeah, but how many times do you think he's had to pick up Minuet when Minuet hasn't wanted to be picked up?
Yeah, but maybe that's light in comparison.
Minuet has the weight of like 3 soggy spaghetti noodles. So I mean,
Fine. How difficult do you think Servette has made it to be picked up, even as tiny and light as they are,
Oh,
when they don't want to be
because
picked up?
Because he's the fucking scribble dragon.
except he was just a squirrel for the longest time.
That made it even harder.
How? You could literally fit him in your hand.
Exactly. Servette probably squeezed out of Darren's hands more time than Darren can count.
That's a different type of being difficult to pick up.
The point remains, Darren is used to picking up difficult things.
I'm sure.
I mean, look, he's dating a fucking prosecutor, so...
He doesn't know he's dating a prosecutor.
Oh, he knows at this point, but just like it's
He
hard
figured
to...
it out finally.
Yeah, he figured it out a while ago. He's just gotten to the point where he has to accept it.
He's having the teenage angst moment of, oh god, I'm in a relationship, what do now?
Wonderful.
Oh no, how'd this happen?
The internal screaming.
He's going through whatever 14-year-old has gone through at least once. And not every 14-year-old. Some 14-year-olds know. Some people wait until their 20s, but not me. That's not me.
I waited until high school. Had a good idea of what I was doing at the time. So, get
My
wrecked.
first relationship was when I was in 5th grade.
Degenerate.
I'm ace, so, you know. I'm also
Degenerate.
a romantic person. What?
Degenerate.
Okay. No, I'll accept that. I'm happily a degenerate. Fuck you.
Where'd the cannonball go?
I don't know. What'd you do with it? Where'd it go?
Huh?
Good job, you biffed it.
Here. Because it's just...
But anyways, so we've got the rest of the day to kill, right?
Yep, you're going to have an entire day to kill.
Here's an idea. Is there a library somewhere?
Here, no, unfortunately.
Varian, in order for there to be a library, there would probably need to be widespread literacy.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's a case of if anywhere would have knowledge of questionable repute, it would be here.
You could attempt to ask around.
Okay,
Are you asking around in your outfit?
of course.
Great. Darren's going to accompany you, purely because he has no idea what he wants to do today, and there's no way he's doing any research.
Though, Darren's gonna be upset when he realizes what Minuet's asking about.
You're going to get the look. Besides, this way, Darren can pretend to be the muscle.
Is this
Alright.
this is our middling day before the fight, right?
Yep.
Cool. By the end of this day, I'll have a new spell.
Neat. Cirrus, hey, what do you want to do with this day?
Like I said, I need to discuss philosophy with Amariel.
Gotcha. Let me do this.
Because there's certain discussions that need to be had about operating in gray areas of, such things as, yeah, we need to deny this evil demigod his freedom in order to protect the freedoms of others.
Oh, that's a conversation you're gonna have. Okay, give me one moment.
Yeah.
Why don't I'm going to BRB really quickly. I'm gonna let you guys make some rolls. Not Cirrus, but Minuet needs to make some rolls. Hey, Darren.
Yeah?
You are big and strong, but you're also typically a smarter guy. So you're trying to be something you're not. You need to roll a bluff specifically to pull this off. Burb in the meantime.
Oh, you mean I can't just be quiet?
No, you also got to do the stance. Sorry.
Darn it.
Also, you have to try and be quiet.
Shit, it's gonna be hard for Darren not to chime in. What is Ix doing again? Studying scroll, right.
Yep, she's finishing up her last spell scroll.
Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot to put on the playlist.
Oh no.
And I have a glory hammer stuck in my head for some.
Oh, that's just only natural. Which song?
Hoots Force, I think it is.
Good song.
It is. It's on my work playlist, but I also haven't listened to it in a while. On loop. For those of you who have not listened to the Glory Hammer albums, I recommend it. Their albums are actually fairly excellent storytelling.
You see, Viv, your recommendation to them is being drowned out by the fact that actually Hoots Force is playing right now.
Wonderful.
I think I have Fredboat muted, so, or at least volume is
Fredbutt
minimal.
isn't even in here. It's on Taiga's stream.
Ah, even better.
Oh boy. Oh,
I don't even have the streams up, and my brain was in sync with Taiga.
All right.
Okay.
All right. What did we get for your diplomacy? What did we get for the bluff? Let's.
Oh, okay.
My bluff is a 22.
Got it.
It's not terrible.
No, it's not actually.
Okay, so that is a 29.
Gotcha. What knowledge is specifically you trying to get, and how are you asking for it?
Okay, so I'm asking about the um the dark times and how original arcane crystals were created and acquired.
Ooh, interesting. Hey Darren, the keeping quiet part is actually relatively easy. But you keep on doing that thing where you adjust your glasses and you listen a little too intently for somebody that's supposed to be dumb. But you're pulling it off well enough. Most people are going to be fooled. Congratulations.
Darren can't help that he has to have the glasses. Habits.
Uh, People seem to shy away from the whole conversation of crystals. Or they have no idea.
Yeah.
You get one person that's like, there's a wizard around here that might be able to answer that, but he's a really strange guy and I don't know where he is.
So,
The funny thing is,
What?
we know a really strange wizard around here.
yes,
Yeah,
we
we
do.
do.
But when we find out that fact, Darren is going to tug Minuet aside so they're away from people, and then he's going to produce the business card so we can follow it to said wizard.
You guys walk in the shop and he looks up and he goes, "Oh, you guys again. Didn't expect you so soon. What did the idiot do now?"
Oh, not much. It's just I kind of was thinking I'd like some information
Oh, what's that?
on soul crystals.
He kind of pauses and he goes, "That's very dark magic."
Uh-huh. But it's something we're going to have to deal with. So I need to know as much as I can about it.
I didn't enter that particular field of study. I You guys came in through the clear port door. There is one wizard if you can find him that got kicked out of the college. He was a professor. Kind of went a little bit crazy. I know he's in Clearport somewhere, but people don't like him because he does a lot of dark magic. He's thought to be cursed. But he can't really go anywhere
Oh,
else because if he ever did, yeah, he'd be in jail.
Darren squints. Is he an old man named Jimmy?
No, no. I know. I knew him as Professor Carver. I don't know his first name, but
What an auspicious last name.
he dabbled in the forbidden arts a little too deep. There might have been a couple of possession issues around him.
Ah,
Okay, well,
drugs, that's nothing.
thanks for the info though. That definitely narrows down what we're looking for. Yeah. Uh but yeah, sadly that hasn't really done much dumb. I mean, Darren here has done more dumb than that has recently.
Oh, that guy can't go 5 minutes without doing something
Darren
stupid.
actually growls at Minuet and looks at him with the squintiest eyes.
I mean, you could mention that he's still living in his little box that he scribbled all random shit all over his protection.
Oh, um, yeah. Well, anyways, yeah, Darren, uh, weapon enchanting
The weapon
thing. It's
chitters a
probably
little bit. The wizard jumps and stares at it for a moment and goes, "Oh God, you made it alive."
It's alive. Darren looks at it, sees the eye sockets. Oh, it is.
Did you? All right, all right. Well, anything else I can do for you, gentlemen, today?
I think we're good. Um, yeah. Yeah, I think we're good. We're gonna go take a look for Mr. Carver, I suppose.
Yeah, if you do see him, tell him I still hate him for the F.
That's rude. He gave you an F? Why?
Because Dat kept on interrupting him and correcting him in class.
Oh, right,
Oh.
that was your familiar.
That was his, technically.
Semantics.
He sighs. Turns out I wasn't really good at learning magic until he taught it to me, so I guess I owe him something. Throws up his hands.
Aw.
Jerk.
He makes a good surf and turf, though.
Yeah, he always was a good cook.
Well, I mean, he likes to eat. A lot.
I noticed. My wallet noticed. My student loans noticed.
Darren is just heading over Servette at the moment. Meanwhile, my Servette is a perfectly behaved specimen.
That's because he's an actual familiar. You're not a year one college student struggling to make even any grades. Your familiar happened to be Dat, and it turns out that Dat saw your circle, took it over, and made you the familiar.
Wow.
Do you want to know how I found out? I finally got fed up with him, tried to break the bond. He got drunk and then laughed at me.
Minuet's just kind of standing there, his grin slowly widening and his head tilting a little bit higher.
And this is why any funny memories you give me at Dat that I can hold over his head would be great. Because he likes to tell me that he likes to tell me the only reason why I learned magic is because he taught me. Squints.
He's spent the past 4 weeks hiding in a box. If that's anything.
It's something.
Of course, we went over to Sudan.
What's in Sudan?
The rest of his soul.
What do you mean the rest of his soul?
Darren gives Minuet a look.
It's why we need the information we do.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this is dark arts and I shouldn't touch it.
That would be wise. The less you know, the better.
Well, there's a lot of books that start that way in the libraries, but
Normally, I would be all for handing out knowledge, but this is something you are better off not being involved in.
alright, just tell me when he eats a bird again. Or like that one time he attacked a sheep and lost.
A sheep.
Well, it wasn't exactly a sheep, it just looked like a sheep. It was a summon.
Huh.
You know,
Ooh,
the
but
summoners
fighting.
Olorun looked like a sheep, so he thought he had an easy meal.
Kai, it's Wooloo but fighting.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Servette, do you have any stories to share?
Chitter, chitter, chitter holds up a paper sword and bats you once. You're pretty sure you just heard he lost to a chicken at poker, but you already knew that.
Just
Huh.
gently pets over Servette's head with a finger. The effort is appreciated.
Alright. Well, I appreciate your time. We'll get out of your hair for now, though. Once we make some more money, we're totally going to come back and buy some more spells, though.
Fantastic. I could use the money. I still have student loans. Thanks to Dad.
Good job, Dad.
Hey, Cirrus.
Yes.
You're gonna sit down and have a conversation with your sword.
Yes, conversation about such things as the needs of the many.
How are you
Oh,
going to
no.
start this?
I knew I should have written this shit down before session.
That would have been helpful.
Oh no.
So how am I going to start?
Yep.
I really should have been thinking about this while you were discussing. Can we have what Ix is doing going on while I think with my brain?
Sure. Remember, you're approaching your teenage sword. your 12-year-old sword, and explaining, hey, adult things now. Have fun.
Yeah.
Ix, you're doing your scroll.
Yep.
Um, you hear footsteps come up on the ship, and then you hear a knocking at one of the top decks.
Ixadrass is gonna set her scroll aside and make her way up to the top deck to see what the fuck these people want.
It looks like it's a messenger.
Raises an eyebrow.
He holds up 2 letters. One's addressed to you, one's addressed to Darren. One has your father's seal, the other one has a certain prosecutor's seal on it.
I'll make sure the letter not addressed to me finds its way to my crewmate.
He goes, thank you, that is appreciated. By the way, here. And he offers up something. Your father bought this for you and your crew.
Oh?
He hands it over, and it looks like it is a mailbox seal of some sort. It's kind of like a mobile P.O. box in a way.
So you can just magically send letters into it?
Yes.
This will make things rather easy.
This other letter was sent with somewhat high priority. We were able to match records for him, though, and send it at the same time.
Oh wait, is he saying the...
Yes, the other one.
Okay.
Then, of course, he
Well-
holds his hand up for a tip.
Ix will give him 50.
How much silver?
50?
Hot dog. He's going to take that and leave. You just
Ix
gave him
tips
50
well.
bucks.
Yeah.
You had that many silver pieces.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I had like 70. I had like a 70 and some change silver pieces sitting around.
So welcome to the mail
Wow.
carrier's whitelist. They might hand deliver anyways now. They'll just figure out where the box is and hand deliver it that way. Because this ship tips damn well.
Fucking freighter teleporting onto the ship for a fucking spicy tip.
They won't greater teleport. They will meet you in port when possible, though.
Fair enough.
So welcome to the
Yeah.
delivery whitelist.
Yeah, you tip silver, not fucking platinum.
Exactly.
Right, you start tipping platinum. Yes, they get a letter that's addressed to you or anybody in this crew, and they're just going to appear on the ship and be like, message.
I mean, Ix could afford to do that. That's the funny part.
So, currently, it's like the Skyrim messenger. They're going to run up and go, hey, I've got a message for you. But if she starts tipping platinum, they're just going to go, flip, hey, message.
Yes.
Literally become
Yeah.
a text message service, but in person.
That literally becomes the dude that chases you down to tell you about your settlement in Fallout.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't chase you down to tell you about that. You just get that notification that exists on your.
No, he becomes the mailman from Ocarina of Time. Just runs across all obstacles no matter what you do.
Literally sprinting across the air to get to deliver the letter on time.
Sprinting across time. That is
Uh.
literally the backstory to that guy, by the way, if you hack it. You got those 2 letters. The guy will leave. The letter from your father says that he is enjoying his travels across the world and not to worry about it. He's aware that the cops are looking for him, but he doesn't care because... And he gives you the reason the ex-wife can worry about it on her own without him, or something to that effect. That doesn't seem right. It looks like a bad excuse. But he did send you along a very interesting coupon.
Is it for a terminal?
It's for 25% off a terminal. At certain retailers, good for the next 3 months, and it's not Wooly brand.
Oh, no, it's a Tandy Corporation.
Yes.
Wonderful.
It's a Tandy sported coupon.
They
They have a new fancy model.
How much are terminals usually again?
10,000 gold pieces.
So that will be 7,500 gold pieces. That is acceptable, but also, god damn it, that would eat into my funds.
It would, but that 20. We have 3 months to get it.
So you're telling me hang on. There. 90 days.
90 days.
Another thing for you to keep track of.
But otherwise, your father wishes you well, hopes your ventures are good, hopes you keep your nose clean and out of trouble, gives you the normal rigmarole of making sure that you're giving yourself a good name, yada blah. Something, 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 I hope you meet somebody soon. Something, 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 I wouldn't mind grandchildren one day.
So,
Yes?
Tago, you good, or do we need to
Do a short break.
because
No, I've got at least a good start.
Okay. We're almost at the
because
2 hour
another
mark.
Yeah.
So we could
Okay,
do
Another
if
thing
we're going
we
to take
could-
a break anyways, that would be give me more time to put my thoughts into an order.
Okay. What were you saying,
Okay.
Minuet?
we could do the what Minuet does, Minuet and Darren of hunting down a dark arts fucking wizard.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit
if-
longer of a scene.
Yeah.
Possibly,
So,
it depends on whether or not you find him, but
yeah.
Let's do this. Let's take a
So
short break.
break.
Yep. Let's make
Yep.
everybody stand up. Let's get water, use the bathroom, take good care of yourself. Yes, Beerus, you should absolutely sleep. So good night's sleep well, take care of yourself, drink more water. Because I said so.
Yeah.
Even gods need water. For reasons. Maybe. Let's break. Verb, everybody.
Okay. I suppose. Serious, you good?
Yeah.
We're live
Cool.
on my end.
Cool.
We quite technically never left live on my end.
Oh, you didn't? I went ahead and BRB'd and threw up an ad break for whatever reason. For that whole pennies.
Oh.
But nevertheless, Cirrus, we have you going into it with your sword.
Okay, so here is what I wrote down, and here is what I will say. We need to discuss things about the shadowed path we together walk. To judge a soul's actions in life is to observe history. It is not an easy task, but it is a simple one. Together we must guide the future, which is neither simple nor easy. To decide whether it is worth sacrificing one saint to save 100 sinners, or to sacrifice 100 sinners to save one saint. To decide where the line between justice and vengeance lies.
Your sword will reply with, "So we judge these sinners?"
We must strive to create the most good possible. While it is occasional that there is a situation where we can create only good and destroy only evil, these situations are few and far between. Sometimes a small amount of good must be sacrificed so that greater good can be created. Or, in even other cases, that some evil must be done so that more good can be created.
What is the task that lays before us, then?
She did not stutter in character. There is a dark god bound by ancient mages. This god was bound because he sought to enforce his will upon others, to kill as he saw fit at the expense of the innocent. I wish to bring freedom to as many as I can, and in order to do so, it may be necessary that this god's freedom continue to be taken from it, so others may live free, not bound by his will.
If he's a problem, why don't we just summon him ourselves and kill him?
That is one possibility, one possible road that lies before us. The question arises, of course, is if we are strong enough to do so. To do this may serve only to release him and inflict upon the world the pains of which I am trying to avoid.
So he must remain locked up, for he is bad. Unless we can kill him, in which case we free him and kill him.
Out of character, death is technically a form of release and or freedom.
Yes, this is true. That is more or less the shape of it, but it is a difficult choice to make because we wish to bring freedom to as many as we can, but to bring freedom to this one would remove the freedoms of many.
It sounds like we have to free him of his mortal coil.
If we are strong enough to do so, I believe that would be the preferable option.
I will trust your judgment, though I look forward to tasting his blood.
Cirrus really doesn't have a lot more to say on the matter, so she will agree and end the conversation there.
Your sword may still have evil tendencies.
I mean, that's not surprising, which is why she's kind of like focused on the morality of the situation.
So, my response to this is, oh my gosh, Cirrus has adopted an evil child and must teach it to be good. It's a Lilo and Stitch.
I had not thought of it in these terms.
Oh
no! Somebody please pull out some crayons, draw a sword, and be like, "This is your bad level."
I was gonna say, this is your badness level. It's abnormally high for something of your stature.
Here I was just thinking, we need to make sure we securely tie up all of the left shoes on our ship.
Then roll a reflex save, sir. I'm kidding. No, there's no bear traps here yet. But oh, I've got ideas now.
no.
Hey, Minuet, how are you going to go about trying to find this wizard?
Mm. Name.
Your row button again.
There we go.
Oh
Yep.
crap.
You're clear again.
Am I back? Okay. We've got his last name potentially. So that's, I guess, at least a start in that. By his last name, he'll begin looking around for this guy and yeah, asking around for a scary, spooky, dark wizard dude.
Go ahead and roll your diplomacy. Let's see if you can hit the DC.
By the name of Mr. Carver. Well, that's a 32.
Oh, so close.
So,
I'm
can
gonna burn my reroll then.
Okay.
well, before you burn your reroll, is it possible for Darren to help by being menacing?
Unfortunately, that might be counterproductive here.
Darn it. Okay.
Okay,
I had
burning
to ask.
reroll then.
Oh, I need to pull up my tracker.
Might be a good thing.
That's better.
What do we got?
15 plus 23. 38. 38.
You finally, and only because you got the name did the DC drop down to below 40, run into a man that seems to actually know something about him. You're in a general store at the time. The shopkeeper goes, yeah, he does actually come here. Usually about once a week. He comes from outside the city because he's not very welcome here. We know he screws around with dark magic, but he seems to have stabilized his mind a little bit. But he comes in for supplies and leaves. He was here about 3 days ago, so maybe in another 4 or 5 days he should show up again. I'd be
Okay,
careful, though.
well-
He's a little, the guy's crazy.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah, just be careful with him. I let him shop here because he usually brings real money or he brings rats. I don't know if he can tell the difference anymore.
Rats.
Yeah, they're alive too. It's so weird. They'll just plop them on the counter and they all sit there in a pile like they're made out of money or something. Then I'll be like, those are rats. And he'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Those are my pets. And then he'll ramble about something for about 45 minutes. I usually go the other counter then. Sometime he'll drop gold eventually, maybe. Or he'll drop the rats again and we repeat the process.
That's concerning.
Yeah, it is. So just be careful. But he brings real money usually. Usually.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Yeah. Well, you hear, do you guys want any interesting pots? I have plenty.
Do they do anything
Pots.
special?
No, they're just really nice looking pots. And they may or may not have false bottoms. They may or may not have false lids. I also have candy.
Darren gets a look as he considers something. So, he is going to buy a pot or a vase or what have you.
It's the clay pot that you see broken in Legend of Zelda all the time.
Aha. Excellent, Darren has a souvenir. Also, Darren is going to purchase the pot for however much he must purchase it for, and then he's going to put Servette in the pot.
It is 15 gold. It does actually have a false bottom or a false lid. You get to choose one or the other.
A false lid?
Yes, as in the lid has an additional compartment in it.
Huh.
It's not a very
False
large
bottom.
compartment. It looks like the kind of thing that you send letters in. False bottom it is.
False bottom.
And you put Servette in it.
I put Servette in the pot. Excellent. Now you have a good hiding spot.
Squee! The pot wiggles.
I imagine the squeak kind of does the whole echo voice thing, because inside the pot.
2 sticks of pot.
Excellent. And when they leave the shop, Darren is going to just sort of lean over to talk to Minuet for a bit as they're just, walking. And see, this is how you are a better ghost than dead. Holds out the pot. Haunted pot.
Whee!
Minuet casts dancing lights on the inside of the pot.
You now have a little ink dragon trying to nom onto dancing lights.
I was going to say pot rave?
You don't know how.
Oh, I know exactly how. I bet he has, not minor illusion, but ghost sound.
Are you ready?
Minuet casts ghost sound also.
Oh no! So now they get to walk through town, and Darren's just going to be holding this weird pot
Rave
over his
pot.
head.
No, let's insert the Carmela dancing meme.
Oh god!
No, it's the one dude laying on the floor, with the lights flashing, different colors meme.
I am not familiar with that.
Oh, I know one. I know what Mari's talking about.
Here,
Brain power.
I believe it's a Yamcha meme, isn't it?
Brain power.
maybe?
Do.
Oh, now I'm gonna have brain power stuck in my head all night, and I'm actually okay with that.
Oh,
I've
no.
just accepted that I will always have at least one song stuck in my head. I, in fact, have a bit of an existential crisis when the head music stops for any period of time.
Oh, I don't mind my head music too much, but sometimes it gets stuck in a song I don't like. Because the radio.
Or somebody that's an asshole that says something about this is the song that never ends.
That song doesn't bother me. actually. But you can't remove brain power. Brain power is currently taking all my brain power.
It's also taking all of my stream's brain power.
Oh no. I mean, I would play it, but I don't.
Darren.
Yes.
Actually, I probably should have talked to our mage friend. I need to buy a spell.
Darren quirks an Irish. What's
Mage hand.
Couldn't you just purchase a hand of the mage?
No, I need the spell.
Someone is
That
going
I
to
can
be
use.
taking up Arcane Trickster.
All right. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I need to check something.
It's a 0 level spell.
Darren knows Mage Hand.
Generator's pumping. Generator. Automatic lover.
If you wanted, I could just teach you.
That would actually be appreciated.
I mean, I'm going to teach you something else later when I can finally finish it, but, you know, good interim gift.
Yeah. I mean, I'll, pay you money to learn it even.
He gives Minuet the look again.
Servette pops out of the jar just to also give you the look.
What?
You're not paying me anything. Besides, it's a cantrip.
There's a paper sword being swung at you right now. In your
Me
general direction.
I was going to say, Darren is kind of holding the pot away so that Minuet does not get a boof.
Okay, well, yeah. I suppose we should go get ready for tomorrow.
We should. Don't worry. We'll be okay.
And yeah, I guess, the learning what to learn thing isn't happening. So it's okay.
Darren pauses and sighs. Look. I didn't say we were leaving as soon as we were done.
So we got you.
Oh? Okay.
First off, that is something that Ixodras decides. Second, if you want to go after Mr. Carver,
The right side.
Herb getting meds.
then at the very
That's
least,
right here.
I need to be with you when it happens.
That's right.
Who better to
Ah.
keep you safe than someone who has an insatiable curiosity for knowledge? But in the interim, before we seek Mr. Carver, I will discuss with the top, if that will assuage your disappointment.
I'd appreciate that.
Good. Now you can hold this. And he just hands Minuet the pot and proceeds to continue walking.
Minuet holds it above his head so that, Servette, is not able to reach him unless he climbs down the pot. Does the carry head thing?
Oh my god. Da 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 da.
You go over here for a second.
Yep. I mean, he isn't even a human at the moment, so, and he's not exactly the tallest human either, so.
Yeah, but you're not wearing green. And
Nope,
you're wearing
wearing black.
pants.
They're poofy pants, though.
Yeah, but like
Or
there's some
rather, they're not actually. They're not actually really pants. They're just cloth wrapped around in a way that looks like pants. That's
Oh.
what wrap pants are.
But like there are some depictions of Link, especially older depictions, where Link is not wearing pants for some reason.
Oh, just wearing a tunic that's long enough.
Yes.
That's because when Link gets older, he stops caring as much. I'm kidding. I don't know. Also, I'm pretty
Right.
sure those were just skin-colored pants.
So, oh,
So I heard that you're going to really quickly consult the tome. Are you going to do that tonight, or are you going to hold off?
Darren is going to hold off on that because he doesn't want a potential distraction while we are dealing with problem.
Understood. Do you guys want to skip to tomorrow during or for the meeting? Time jump offering.
I mean, does anyone have anything that they plan on doing aside from preparing in the morning?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, silly phone.
Well, you good, Cirrus?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, then.
You guys are going to go ahead and finish up the night as normal. Kind of hang around the ship during the day. The dwarf does not go out the night. He goes out during the day the next day. Testing the waters, as it were. He says he'll be back one last night at least. But he's going to look for honest work. And he says in that way like he doubts that he's going to find honest work. So he may not find honest work, but he might find work. You guys go off to the bar, and the bar is at that right level of uncomfortably crowded to make it to the point where most people would just normally kind of blend in if you were wearing anything close to normal clothing. But y'all not. There is a single table that has any open spaces whatsoever. It looks like there's already a pitcher of beer there. It looks like there's already mugs there. There's a little tag that says reserved. As you guys walk in, the bar quiets down just a little bit to watch you guys come in. You guys are getting the look for a probably awkwardly too long period of time. Then you swear you hear somebody whisper loudly enough, "It's not them! Idiots!" And then everybody just goes back to what they're doing.
I mean, we made ourselves look as conspicuous as possible. Gosh, like, look, at least we don't have a weirdly convoluted outfits looking like Lupin the Third crew here.
No, but they all had this moment of, they were after really bad thieves. Is this them, or is this the other them that we're supposed to be on the side of? There was just this general consensus, and finally somebody whispered, and everybody's like, "No, never mind, makes sense. That's too obvious."
I'm at the moment, like, my brain is stuck on the Metal Gear Rising, Raiden's Mexican camouflage.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
I'm gonna re-delete that. We're just gonna shove that in the vaults for Adventure Time fans. There you go. Jeez. You guys sit down. I'm assuming you guys get rid of the reserve sign.
Of course.
Good night, beers. Drink more water. Sleep good. Glaring for staying up until 2 a.m. And around, it's almost near to the minute that a group of 3 men come in. They're wearing what seems to be a navy-ish blue, slightly baggier clothing. They look
Oh,
well put
I need
together.
to I need to state something beforehand. I want it to be clear that Cirrus put on the lipstick that she acquired before.
Yep, I kind of figured as much.
Okay.
Honestly. These men will walk in, look around the room, look at you four. You see the one in the center just kind of roll their eyes at your outfits, and they will come and sit down. The one in the center looks to be a little bit on the older side. The ones on the side seem to be a little bit younger. They seem to be well assembled. They don't look too inconspicuous here, but just enough to the point where it's intentional that they're sticking out a little bit, mainly because they're wearing pretty much matching shirts at this point.
I hope one of them's wearing a red cloak and one of them's wearing a signet ring.
Yes. Specifically, the one in the center is wearing the cloak, the one on the left is wearing the signet ring. Elsewise, just navy blue outfits, fairly plain and simple. Minuet would recognize this very specifically as actual professional thieves.
Whereas we're
Oh.
just kind of here to be annoying.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Like, these people are wearing just enough of the kind of stuff that they'd wear when being thieves, like street thieves and night thieves, that you can tell. These people know what they're doing. They'll sit down. One of them will pour a drink and hand it to the guy in the center. Then the other two will sit back and or decide not to drink. The men in the center will look up and be like, all right. Other than your clothing choices, very loud. We get it. We can appreciate it. 10,000 gold for the ring. We know where the other one is. That is a threat.
So that what, they just know where one of the other rings is?
Considering only
Is that-
one ring left Glareth, or two rings with that bearing that mark left Glareth. One went here, or one's been traveling. One went to New Eden.
Well, I think that a bluff is in order of this is the only ring.
Feel free to roll it.
Actually, and a sense motive to see if they're bluffing.
Go for it.
You know what? I would like to as well.
The living lie detector
Ooh-wee.
strikes again, 38.
21 for me.
And a bluff of 38.
Very good bluff. Cirrus and Darren will both know that they're telling a half-truth here. They probably have a general idea that there is another ring, based on the way that he said that. They probably don't know exactly where it was, otherwise they wouldn't have bothered mentioning it so overtly. The lead man will look over and be like, interesting. 10,000 gold for the ring. We have it in coin.
Okay,
Explode.
Cirrus is going to chime in. Glad you boys could make it. No foreplay, no small talk. Come on now, the ring isn't worth that much. Which tells me that my suspicions were right. And this ring is a key.
Oh, fantastic. You guys know. After all, we did a little research. After all, this tavern is here in Clearport. Should you guys have been normal thieves, it would have been Bramwell's basket. That led us into believing that you might know more than we think you know.
We wouldn't want to do business under the eyes of the guild. And after all, This is a place where more subtle deals are often held.
Sometimes. So what do you think the ring's actually worth?
That is the question, isn't it? I think you're on to a bigger score. I want to know what it is.
The man in the center smiles and goes, "Are you sure you don't actually know what it is already? We're freeing a man. A man the world needs."
Darren is going to just slightly turn his head and just focus on staring at that one. Not saying anything, just going to stare at them.
A man world seem quite certain.
Oh, absolutely we do.
10,000
Sounds like a-
gold worth of philanthropy. Or is this not about what the world needs, but about what you've been promised in return?
He smiles and he goes, "Our payment, the joy in knowing that we did the right thing."
And what's to stop you from killing us once you have what you want?
Professionalism, I would hope.
Oh, very
Okay.
much and so. As
So
long as that ring is the real one.
here's an important question.
Yes.
What if we were to want in on this? We could help with a heist. We've sprung people before.
We think we're okay. Now, if you want to possibly come to a sermon sometime, that can be arranged. But we've been at this for a while now.
I think I'm going to need to make a bluff check. Because Darren is going to try and pull a sneering face and attempt to sound derisive.
Sure.
A sermon? Don't tell me you're religious types. Shit. That is a 9. Well, the whole thing, Darren is trying to convince them that he is unfond of that notion and is doing a shit job of that. Because that was a 9.
The man looks over at Darren very slowly and goes, "Oh, don't pretend like you don't believe in the gods. You need to work on that bluffing of yours. For the strong man, you talk a lot, don't you?"
Minuet
It's a
kind of
weakness of
snickers.
his.
Darren is just going to scowl and growl and just lean back and fold his arms.
One of the other men will produce a card, slide it across the table and be like, "That is where you can attend a sermon." And then he'll reach into his jacket or his shirt and he'll pull out a large sack with 10,000 gold pieces in it and he'll set it down.
Ixadrash will
Well,
pointedly look to Cirrus.
I think I'd like to hear what one of these sermons has to say before we part with this ring.
Well, if that is your choice, that is fine, we guess. Though we're obligated to make the attempt to get it now. Technically, we can wait, and technically, we're expendable. Anything for the cause, after all. Once again, I remind you, we know that there's another one.
Of course, we'd hope to. I'm straight up pull ass making a bluff check here. Of course, we hope to send you herring off after that to, well, quite frankly, get on your nerves sending you on a wild goose chase. Decent roll. That's a 27.
He smiles. Just sits back.
The question is do you actually need just one or both for free certain?
Oh, just one.
It's like a poorly designed lock.
Oh, we forgot the other pieces. It's okay. After all, how many locks have more than one key?
More than is reasonable.
Actually, being a bit of an engineering nerd, there's a thing as a puzzle box.
Annoying things.
But, yeah,
And with nimble
where
enough
is
fingers, all of them have more than one key.
that's fair. That's fair. But, so where is this, lock at? I like trying my hands at, opening things.
Oh, you might get that information after later.
So where shall we attend this sermon?
The
Leave it on the
man-
card.
Yep, he'll motion to the
Oh.
card.
Alright.
I'll take a look at that and hope it doesn't say I prepared explosive runes this morning.
That's my job.
Nope. So, you guys ready for the big grand surprise of where a cult might be operating?
Is it in Moinsonet?
Why would it be in Moinshonet? Why would it be on a small island off of Moinshonet? Why would they be wanting people that have wealth and money to come all the way out there?
Hmm.
It's not a commune. What's a commune? What are you talking about?
This isn't a cult. You're crazy.
Obviously, religion's just not welcome in the mainstream, so we have to go somewhere else.
So it's in Moinsonet.
Yes, it's in Moinshonet. There's a little wiped out by Clydo.
I'm sorry, I actually was just guessing.
Oh,
No, it's easy to get away with out there. Guess where
Oh,
you guys
wonderful.
are going.
Is it La Cloche? Please tell me it's
no,
La
it's-
Cloche.
It's
Cleto.
Cleto. Okay. Yeah, I need to do another check to have Darren keep a straight face. What should I roll? Will?
Self-imposed will save coming up.
Nat 20, okay.
There you go.
It's a lot easier when you've gotten used to having grumpy face to keep a grumpy face. He's trying the smiling thing more, at least.
So, Darren has resting poker face.
Yep. That's what we'll call it.
Ixadrash just has a minor sneer because she doesn't particularly like Moinshonet, but nothing is said. She's just aloof cat, but grumpy. I suppose we could give it a listen, at the very least.
Yeah, might as well. Though, the 10K is tempting, but I think something closer to maybe 100K would be better. Or more.
How about
Well,
your
we see what
lives?
the power their god is promising them. Could be that power is
Yeah.
worth quite a bit more than 10,000.
No power, just the right thing to do.
Hmm.
And sometimes the right thing is worth a lot of money.
To you, maybe. So, our offer is 10K. If you don't have a reasonable counter offer, well, there is your lives. We wouldn't try anything here, of course.
That would be very unwise.
Oh, obviously.
I need to check something real quick. I believe this is this is good. It is an established use of the bluff skill. I would like to communicate with the rest of the party using a conveyed secret message.
Yep.
And I would like to ask them if they would like to go along with the play or hit these guys here and then hit their church.
Roll your bluff. The rest of the party has to roll sense motives.
Yes.
What is my sense motive again?
Okay, I would describe this as a relatively complex message, but I did beat the DC 20 required to transmit a complex message via bluff.
And
Yep, they need the
7.
23.
23. What'd you get, Ix?
7.
Oh, well, Ix isn't getting it.
Just 7.
Yeah, just
I
7.
don't have a wisdom modifier.
26 for me.
Okay, Minuet and Darren
Since
will
motive
get it.
also isn't a class skill for me, so I have no points in it.
There's so few classes that get sense motive too. It's kind of awful.
X put all of her points into her charisma and her dexterity, okay? To be fair, catfolk do get a negative to wisdom, so.
They do. So Darren and Minuet got it.
Mm-hmm.
So they are free to respond how they wish to whatever obscure wording that Cirrus just put out there.
So what's the message Cirrus is conveying?
Do we want
to know if we go along with this little play, this little charade, or if we take these guys out and then go and hit the church?
I mean,
You don't know shit.
Yeah.
I mean, Ix just assumes we're going to be murdering them at some point.
Which is correct. Yes, that is
But,
correct. That is a correct takeaway in that we would either be beating the shit out of these guys here or waiting to beat the shit out of them at their church.
When they have more backup and we don't.
So, Darren's response is basically a coded message that will ask if we should knock once, twice, or 3 times. Because he remembered the code.
I remembered that there was a knocking code. I just don't remember what
So
it
I
was.
should roll my bluff.
Yep. Hey, you beat the DC.
That's DC 20. Yay!
Oh boy, sense motive. 18. Did better that time.
I don't remember what the DC is for remembering it. Sirius, you got the page up. What's the DC for understanding the code?
Legitimately, I'm not actually seeing that. I am seeing what I am seeing the DC to say something in code, and I am seeing that it is opposed by a sense motive to, if you're trying to intercept a code.
Really?
But I see nothing about if you are the intended recipient of the veiled message.
Weird. All right.
I think it assumes that the intended recipient of the message would
Yeah, it's
understand it.
because if you are
because-
if you are successful, the target automatically understands you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, then that was my
Assuming-
mistake, and then Ix does know. I thought it was a sense
Okay.
motive, and I thought the DC was either 10 or 15.
Yeah, I was working under the assumption that it was probably a DC 15 to understand it as well.
Yeah, because just
Yeah.
because somebody can walk up to you and say the crow is black doesn't mean it'll mean anything to you unless... Doesn't matter. If it doesn't say it, then there is no report. So yes, everybody understands
Yeah,
that.
here it goes.
After Darren says that,
Yeah,
the man
there-
pulls out a small set of pages, writes down something, goes, "Here, how about I make a better offer?" And he'll set it face down and slide it over.
Well, oh, if nobody else
Okay,
is going
so
to Ix address one of his addresses.
hold on, wait, stop. Hold on. Spellcraft to make sure that he didn't just write a rune.
Roll a spellcraft.
Okay. Oop. Crap. Hold on. That didn't actually roll right, I don't think.
Uh-oh. Did Vari just freeze? Oh. There it goes.
No, I grabbed it.
That's a pretty shitty spellcraft.
Up there he goes.
To be fair, Vari's net has been very stable, so...
Yeah, we're not going to complain too much.
But we will complain some.
Yes, some.
Just the regular amount.
Waiting for Vari to come back.
He's too busy lagging in voice to get back.
Why is he rolling again?
That's me.
No, he can't be rolling because he's not here. That's Kai.
Oh, thought he popped back and started rolling.
Yeah, I'm just shaking the die around. I know what the result was. It was a 2.
Yeah. Waiting for Minuet. Actually, while I got the moment, I'm gonna.
I mean, unless his net is stable enough to let him roll it himself when he gets back in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not necessarily fair, because I grabbed it without prompting.
Oh, there he goes completely.
So
I'm
I do apologize for that.
It's fine.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
he's
grab really quickly while we're waiting on him.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I guess I'm not burping right now. He came back
Okay,
the moment I
so-
went to go put my meds away.
My game crashed in the middle of me rolling. What in the world?
Oh. Well, feel free to come back in and re-roll.
Sorry, I kind of grabbed it and rolled for you unbidden, which, like, technically speaking,
Well,
that
I
is
mean,
not your roll.
that's fine.
No.
Yeah, but I rolled a 2.
Oh,
We're telling you to take your roll.
okay. Give me a minute. Things are loading.
Loitering. 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 I mean, loading. If anybody remembers the Wii Fit. That's obese.
Okay.
Don't sit in positions that make your body hurt. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Viv.
That is a 20.
Right. As far as you know, he didn't cast any spells.
Okay. Cool.
You are free to roll sense motives elsewise or
In that
whatever
case-
else you want.
Minuet will just sit back and let whatever happen.
Well, since nobody else has made the attempt to pick the whatever it was, he said he wrote something down.
Yep, he wrote something down.
One of Ixadras's tentacles will flick forward and pick it up and bring it to her.
All right. You going to read it?
Yep.
I offer you the grand chance at... You guys already know what's coming, right?
Oh, they're gonna. Okay, so we're about to draw weapons, is what you're about to say.
What I'm about to say is, we offer you the grand opportunity to try and dodge this fireball.
God damn it! It says I prepared explosive room.
Close!
So did he? No. He was hoping this
Yes,
would
so-
make you hesitate. By the way, page 2 and 3
Reaction.
were explosive runes. Reaction?
Yeah, I can
free-
swift action. I can.
Reaction to draw his weapon.
Shit, I can't spell kidding because that's the standard action.
Yep, get your...
I was gonna say, because I would have loved to just use my spell canning for the day to counterspell with a fireball.
So, yeah, Minuet's going to have a weapon in hand, so he's going to invoke an attack of opportunity.
Yep, go ahead and take your attack of opportunity. Once you do, we're going to go ahead and get into initiatives here.
But can I use a move action?
No.
Damn. Okay.
Vari has a specific reactionary ability. That's the only reason why that's going off.
If he gets
Yeah,
his
quick
attack of
draw is fucking.
if he gets his attack of opportunity,
Quick
does that mean he has
draw
a does that mean he has a chance of interrupting the spell?
Yes.
Ooh.
But he has a very specific set of feats that allows him to do this.
Yeah, I know.
Can I take a free action during this time?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay, Kai, I would like verification. What was the knocking code?
3.
3 is for killing people.
Knock, knock, knock!
Yeah, there's about to be a fireball going off. There's going to be fighting no matter what.
That's also fair.
It just so happens that everybody's not going to have very much time before the fireball goes off. What was that?
That is a 25.
25 will hit roll damage.
Wait, hold on, sorry. Hold on, wait, sorry. 25, 27. Sorry, 27.
27 does hit. Roll damage.
Yeah. So this is ominous Kalmos, so 28 plus
So,
10.
You're roboting again too heavily for me to understand.
so I would also like to point out, you said that there was an explosive room on the. Wait, you said there was an explosive room on the back of it or something, or no?
No, what he did is he handed you a stack of papers. On the first one, he wrote something. The other two have explosive runes on it.
Okay, then Ixaddress has can have a reaction to drop them then before they go off because they
Yep.
have to be.
Yep, they do. They were there for insurance.
1d8 plus 6 plus 3d6 sneak attack if he gets it.
All right. Yes. No, technically they're taking a surprise action, so no sneak attack here.
Cool. So,
Oof.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, that was a noise.
Yeah. D8 plus D6 is 10 damage. Oh, that's actually a fairly low concentration check.
Isn't it like plus spell level as well?
Let me double check really quickly. I believe it's just flat damage.
Concentration is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, well, spellcasters would never win ever again if concentration was not done very carefully. But let me look. I would rather look in this particular case. Injury. If you take damage while casting a spell, you must make a concentration check with the DC equal 10 plus the damage taken plus the level of the spell. Oh.
Yeah,
so that's 23.
Yeah,
but your
that's...
concentration is it's a d20 plus your
Caster level, I think.
plus your caster level plus your
And
casting
your,
modifier.
Yeah, and your cast.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, he does actually drop that, though, with a roll of a 9. Because
Ooh.
his caster level is only 6, so that puts him at 15, and he doesn't have the con to overcome that. So he is going to drop a fireball spell. Initiative goes now. You
All
guys
right,
get
time
one
to-
round to do what you guys do. Go ahead and move your bits. I will be right back. I'm going to put my medicine away so it's not in the way anymore, because I've almost knocked it over twice now.
That was some nice initiative.
Decent initiative on my part, 17.
Hi, guys.
Don't mind me, I'm not the initiative demon I am in the other game. Don't mind me, I'm not the initiative demon I am in the other game.
You're not an initiative demon at all in this game.
Yeah, Darren's the one who goes last.
Technically, at that moment, that's me.
No, I'm the initiative demon.
No, you're missing the joke.
Yeah, okay.
No, Cirrus is the initiative demon. You're the initiative.
No. Taigo is the initiative demon. Cirrus is an initiative devil. There's a distinction in this world.
Rolling the thing for Vari. Goodness, oh my gosh, even my own thing spiked.
Alright,
That's a
did
6
just
on the die roll.
up to Vari if he wants to do that, I guess, or do his own. Although I think he's too busy being at 9 million.
12 initiative.
That means I have a higher initiative score than Vari.
Vari's got a 6 on his initiative score, so.
Yeah, I have a +9 to my initiative.
Are you sure you wanted a Morningstar as your weapon and... No, 6 in human form, I see. And not like, I don't know, an S-Stock?
I mean, it's a bit late for that.
I mean, yes, it is, but still.
Also, her strength is higher when she's in her half-dragon form. which means, and that's generally when she's going to be whacking something anyway.
Transforms. Bitch! Whack!
Clonk. It's more of an insurance weapon than anything else.
Well, that insurance weapon sure has a high premium. There. I put my stuff away. I will not knock it over, I swear. Alright, let's go ahead and go right to the top of initiative. Hey, X.
Yup.
The man gets stabbed. Your turn.
Cool. What spell do I want to cast? I have a couple of fun options. That's the best part. But this is where her general modus operandi does not work well in enclosed. So I have.
Oh no, X has to actually think for half a moment. You can't just be biggity boom boom.
I mean, she could, but the pirates probably wouldn't appreciate it terribly much. Caster Boy, huh? He was the middle guy, right?
Yep.
Cool. You know what? Because that only works if it targets her. Let me double check this. DC is what I think it is. That plus that. Okay, I see.
I heard that pop off. Bye,
Was
Minuet.
that Vari?
Yeah, probably. I didn't get the red pop up this time, but I'm assuming that was Vari.
No, actually,
Yeah.
it was Varian typing a message.
Yeah, he's typing.
Do we want to battle map?
You guys don't need it. Trust me, you guys don't need it.
We've got backup.
This is going to be a one-round battle, most likely, unfortunately.
Alright. Ixodras casts Ice Spears.
Alright, on targeting the main guy?
You forget she gets multiple spears.
She does. Who are you targeting
So
specifically?
since they take up a 5-foot square, one will hit the main guy, and what are her other options?
You got the guy to his left and the guy to his right.
Fuck the guy on the left.
Fuck the guy on the left. It's a reflex save, right?
Correct.
Guy in the center, what is the DC?
It's at that level. And that plus that makes 8.
18?
Yes.
Okay, we got the center guy passing.
Really now?
Wow, the guy on the left passed as well. Okay.
All right. Well, they take half damage,
Yep. Well,
and I don't get to knock them prone. Big.
half damage is
Where's my D? Stealing one of your fixes. Half damage is gonna be
how much?
6.
6 damage it is. Oh wow, that guy's still up then. Alright. It is going to go ahead and go to their turn. Auspiciously, all three of them will stand up, place their hands together, smile, and wait. Hey, Cirrus,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Um, one moment while I look at something real quick.
Sure thing.
Also, another question.
Well, yes?
They left the gold on the table, didn't they?
Yes.
Something tells me this cult does not want for gold because I bet it has attracted some very rich people.
Okay.
Probably. But the first thing I'm going to be going and doing is Mr. Middle Guy.
Yep.
I'm going to finally be making use of a feat I haven't used yet.
Oh.
Mischievous Tail.
Oh no.
Someone is hopefully going to find themselves bereft of their spell component pouch.
As
As
a
a
side-
free action, every round, I can make a combat maneuver using my tail to attempt to. I know steal an item is on there.
Yes, it is.
So, I have a question.
What's that?
Does Cirrus see chains?
That would have totally been a smart thing to.
Look for?
Yeah, beforehand.
I only just remembered it's like, hey, wait a minute. What if they're puppets?
No, there are no chains on them. They're willingly doing this.
Okay. Oh, I also get a +2 on the combat maneuver.
Okay.
And
The other reason
and
I
it does
asked
not
is-
provoke an attack of opportunity.
Nope, it doesn't.
Okay, so my combat maneuver bonus is 12, so that is a 30 as an attempt to steal a spell component pouch.
You do manage to get it.
Spontaneous cast.
And then I'm going to. What should I cast? Unfortunately, we're in extremely tight corridors here, correct?
Yes, you are.
Um. Oh, that's a nice one, I think, maybe to cast. Yes, this is tasty. Let's go and. How old is the center caster guy?
Middle-aged, maybe. 40, 50,
What?
somewhere in there.
Let's teach him what it's like to be 70 or so. We're going to cast Rigor Mortis on him.
Oh boy. Will save? Or fort?
Fort.
Fort it is. What's DC?
My DC on Rigor
Oh,
Mortis
God, he might have actually
is
passed.
I know. I knew his.
18.
He actually did pass. I didn't expect him to, but he did.
Okay, then he
Isn't
takes
con
half.
his casting modifier?
Yeah, time would mess with this casting modifier. Cirrus, what would you say he took?
He takes half, so I am level 8 cleric. So why don't I just roll 4d4 and have him take full rather than rolling 8d4 and doing math?
Okay.
He takes 9 non-lethal.
9 non-lethal. By the way, Darren, what were you saying the only reason why you asked?
Well, the one reason I asked is because, oh, they might be puppets. The other is they're standing up and waiting to die.
Hey, maybe somebody should roll a knowledge religion since you had that thought there, Darren. Maybe Darren should.
Oh no, that thing. Well, I have to roll draconic knowledge. I don't have knowledge religion.
Roll your draconic knowledge.
Let's see. That's 26.
They're worshippers of a god that murders things. Being murdered is probably the best way to go out by their standards.
Ah, shit.
This is a blessing to them. They're happy to die this way. Hey, Minuet.
Hi.
Hi.
So, yeah, they don't threatening me yet. He's still close though. So, um,
I do have something.
Minuet scored against. Oh,
Aqueous Orb.
But we're not hearing you again, unfortunately.
give me a minute.
Oh, there
The
you
funny
go.
thing is,
Minuet.
whenever you respond to the fact that we can't hear you, we can always hear you.
The damn it fixes everything.
Clearly, beavers
You know
are in
what?
charge of Varian's internet.
You know what?
He's going to cast Memory Lapse on the middle one.
Oh. I need to re-look up that spell. Hold on.
That's a lovely spell.
Yeah. This bullshit again.
Will negates, so,
Oh.
it's gonna be not terrible. It's gonna be like a DC 16.
He does actually fail that, though.
Cool.
He's just failing against everything Minuet does, apparently.
Apparently. The dice just hate the rest of y'all, I guess.
I mean,
He rolled a 15 against Cirrus. He rolled a 14 against you. He rolled a that's a 5.
wait, if he rolled a 14
rolled an
against
8.
me, he failed. Oh,
No,
wait,
the dice rolled
No,
a
that was-
14.
It's on
Was
the.
Yeah. Well, but
Yeah.
if the issue with ice spears is it's good against big things, not normal sized people.
Yeah.
You're gonna
But I
like
was-
the spell I'm making for you.
I was aiming for the prone
But,
status, but I should have just done with my first thought.
Minuet, did the memory lapse, banking on the fact that he thinks they're trying to do something. We've been interrupted.
Yeah, he doesn't remember being interrupted, so he will probably go back to looking like he's about ready to cast Fireball in initiative order, unfortunately. So, not until his turn. Hey, Darren.
Yep.
He's
It's
going
your...
to be in for a surprise if he gets to actually get there to cast it.
Yep. Well, it's a little late.
Wait, where the fuck's my back, Guano?
This is Darren's turn, and
Well, do I have any good magic for this?
Dude, I still like how we're all fucking cast.
we are.
Caster party.
Hey, Cirrus, is there a good binding spell that is 3rd level or lower?
Divine Binding.
Old person.
Technically, I have one.
Is it called Ice Spears?
No, it's called Aqueous Orb. It's a non-lethal ball of water that you throw at somebody and it can hold like up to 4 people in it.
Hmm.
10 diameter foot square, or 10-foot diameter sphere.
Also, by Define Binding, I was going to go with Admonishing Ray.
Yeah, non-lethal would be good here.
Yep, and Aqueous Orb does non-lethal.
But does it do 4d6 or more non-lethal?
It does 2d6 on the yeah, just does 2d6 and then it entangles and they get 2d6 again every turn.
Hmm.
As long as they remain trapped.
Yeah, they can make new reflex saves to get out, but I could technically make it really fucking cold too. To further up the DC of it.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go with that. Darren's going to use his spell kenning for the day, and hold person is second level for him. So yeah, he's going to use spell kenning for hold person on the leader.
Understood. I believe that's will save to negate if I remember correctly.
Yep.
What is your DC?
The DC for a second level spell on me is 17.
Hold on, I need to check one thing really quickly. Unfortunately, he does pass.
Okay.
Okay, well then I can move action Raging Song,
Okay.
which, to give you the cheat sheet,
Here's the question: do you consider all the pirates in the room currently your allies, or your ally?
I mean, that is what they are supposed to be, so until proven otherwise, yes. Which means suddenly we have a lot of people who have 20% mischance against ranged attacks and melee attacks made by creatures that are not adjacent to you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what happens to these guys.
Oof.
First come out the guns, then come the blades.
Oh.
Do you think they're gonna survive this room?
Probably not.
No.
No, they aren't. But like, free action, Darren is going to frantically try and tell people to not kill them. They need to bind them.
It's you guys kind of gave the 3-tap signal.
Yeah.
They went last in the initiative.
Yeah.
These guys are fucking
Like
dead.
I said, Darren is frantically trying to get this out, and it's probably not going to work, but that doesn't stop him from trying to do it.
He tries to say something and then the gunshots go off.
Hey, we should probably. Then the guys come with the blades.
Literally barroom blitz.
And then,
Barroom blitz.
then there's a brief pause, and you just hear somebody in the back go, "You anus! You shot me in the ass!" And everybody starts to laugh.
Darren just has one arm outstretched from having been casting. He's like, "Oh, that's unfortunate."
Want to really make it desperate?
We may not have wanted to do that.
Oh well, they started it. And Ix is just gonna pick up the bag of gold.
Do you guys want to search the bodies?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, before Ixdrass does that, what's the spell? Sea magic or whatever.
Detect
magic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna notice that one bag has magic on the guy. He has it inside of his shirt. Elsewise, you do find several pages of explosive room that he's carrying it loosely around his body. They're not trapped or anything. It looks like they're literally designed to just be handed over.
Okay. So Ix is going to rip open the shirt, the part of the shirt that's covering the bag, and cast Identify on.
Roll your spellcraft at the stupidly high bonus.
Fine. Remember how much that gives me. We're gonna find out in.
Meanwhile, Ixadrass is looting, and Darren is explaining that We may have just sent them to their god, which may have further empowered the god, which is bad.
Like 28.
It's a bag of it's the weakest bag of holding.
Hey!
Yeah, bag of holding.
Yep. When you guys investigate the gold bag, by the way, there is 100 gold at the top. There's 9,900 copper underneath.
Those
Wow.
fucking jar of penny dust. Jar of pennies.
I mean, they may or may not have been a sacrifice.
Darren will look at this and look at everyone else.
That's the one day in Afghanistan.
Hey,
So
here's what I have to say. Not only did we get the bag of holding, we just got 100 gold, 9,900 copper, and we got ourselves another 1,000 gold.
Darren tries to parse that math. Another 1,000 gold.
Cirrus is going to go and take the noble's signet ring off of the finger of the one that was wearing it.
Oh.
Well,
Abstracted
Minuet
jungles.
will look around.
X is gonna shrug and collect up all the explosive room cards as well.
They're on little flyers. It's like he's been walking around handing these out to people.
What if
Wow!
the murder god
That's
is
garbage.
indiscriminately murdering
Oh,
people?
Wow!
He's going to pause and look to the pirates and go, if you see any flyers like these, tear them down without reading them.
Thumbs up.
They explode.
Good news.
That
They're
explained a few
probably going
deaths
to be able
recently.
to tear them down without reading them. Now that's actually something I'm now just realizing. Chances are, most of them are going to go up to the dwarf and say, "Cool tattoo, what's it say?"
So,
That's
Isn't-
pretty funny.
isn't 9,900 copper 99 gold?
Yes.
Or is it 10 copper to a silver?
It's 10
10
copper to a silver, 10 silver to a gold.
So it's 100 copper to a gold.
Yes. So divide
Okay, so it is
9,900 by-
99
yeah,
copper.
It is 99. The reason why Cirrus is saying that is because technically you just got proof of the criminal.
Right.
And you never
Okay.
read the letter that came for you either.
No, but also Ix did not specifically give me the letter.
True.
No, she put it in Darren's room.
Oh, okay. I either didn't hear that or
I
It
think I
just-
thought it and just didn't say it out loud.
okay.
I was
Oh.
distracted by the coupon.
That's fine.
So Cirrus technically Ixodras still technically has it. She just hasn't thought about it yet.
I was gonna say, well, what if Darren came back with the pot and Servette stole the letter before Darren saw?
No, because I'm assuming based on that description that Ixodras got distracted by the coupon and thought they did it, but it's probably in their shirt right now.
Should I roll something should I roll like a fucking wisdom or intelligence check to be like, oh yeah, I forgot about this?
Yes. Now that you got a bunch of pirates laughing and joking and one of them mentioning, there have been a couple of explosions recently. Maybe we should tell the captains. And somebody else is like, nah, the captains will figure it out in a day.
Wow.
So what am I rolling for this?
Roll a wisdom check. Just flat wisdom check.
Yes, the worst stat I have.
Distracted cat. Ooh, shiny.
Nope.
Not yet. You'll figure it out when you go to put on your regular clothes later, don't worry.
Yeah, basically.
So what do you guys want to do? You got 3 dead bodies.
I mean, we've looted them.
Right.
Drugs.
Okay, so shall we just embrace that this is going sideways and just invite all of our friends here to come do crime with us over in Cleto.
I mean, if that's even the real location, but we'll have to assume so, because given the way cults work and the sheer arrogance and just wickedness of these people, why not? They probably assume we can't do jack shit and we're going to be bringing the key right to them.
Yep.
Also, do we actually want to go there first, or do we want to check on? New Eden?
Yeah, we should do that, and we should get the ring.
Well, here's the other thing. We have already warned our families and sent the guy there specifically to be protected. And there's a few individuals that can probably really fuck up cultists like this.
But at the same time,
There.
we were also able to deduce that they figured there was a second one, but they did not know for sure there was.
True, they did not know for sure.
Which means they don't. Even if they knew there is a second one, they do not know where the second one went.
You guys also have a third option. Collect your bounty, hand over the ring, and let law take it, or let the authorities try and take over.
Are you kidding?
I mean,
We're not gonna be that smart.
well, okay.
Okay, joke's on you. Ix went to college. She's technically that smart.
I was gonna say, Darren might suggest that since it's fine, technically we could let the authorities take care of it, and that way we don't have to go to Moines-Hanet.
I mean, Ix would be fine avoiding Moines-Hanet if possible. Yeah.
Like, Darren really doesn't want to go to Moines-Hanet.
Nobody wants to go to Moines-Hanet.
I propose we go and slap a god in the face.
That sounds like work.
Yeah, but it's fun work.
Yeah, but I'm not getting paid for it.
You say that, but let me ask you this: what is a cult in a fantasy setting by almost definition?
A bunch of fucking idiots?
Well, yes, but other than that, they are a bunch
Mages.
of spellcasters. And what are mages famous for having with them?
Magical items.
And what's worth a shitload of money?
Magical items.
Well, I guess I'm really glad I picked up a certain spell.
And
Yep.
what's really useful to people who can use magic? Magical items. Gestures to everyone in the crew.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we could hire some pirates to come with.
You
Hey
hear the word-
guys, you wanna join for some crime?
You hear, yes, as long as we're not required to be on ship.
I mean, we're gonna go raid
Well,
a
it's gonna
cult.
be
You
well,
hear
we
the
need
word
to make
raid?
a trip to do the crime, so you're in or you're out.
Somebody shouted raid, and now there's a bunch of people talking about doing a pirate raid.
Except this one guy who's
Yeah, that's-
talking about how he managed to get 5,000 silver after signing up with this code.
Oh, God.
Hey, look, I found a
I'm
QR
going to
code,
bed.
guys.
So
Look
what?
at.
I'm going to bed. Good night. Show's over.
Hey guys, have you guys heard about this new game called Raid Shadow Legends? Slaps down a board game.
God.
Bob, go home. No, they're my sponsor now.
Nope, I went to bed. Covers are on. I'm
Just-
done.
Darren looming with Inkwell hovering above this man only to smash the board game.
You know, if you guys don't want to be like spied on by the government anymore, do you know what you guys should get?
NordVPN.
I'm taking my headset off. Goodbye.
All right. Jokes aside, let's give Ix a few moments. I'm going to get up for a second here because I need to stand.
Just realizing.
You guys decide
But-
which way to go with your plans, because you guys do actually have to make
Yeah.
a decision, because you're going to have to plot a course.
Yep.
So, Ferb, make decisions.
I think we should go turn in our bounties and then go smash their faces anyways.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Because what it was like, I think we were told 50,000 gold for the bounty of.
Yeah.
So we clapped some cult cheeks, got 1,000 gold reward for the ring that will turn in. And so the 5,100 from that. 51,199 gold we made, plus a type 1 bag of holding. And several sheets of explosive room.
Where are you getting the 50,000 from, though?
That would be from Finnick Friend.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we were sent to track down this cult for some cheek clapping for.
So, here's the question. If we're going to do that, we need to go to Galarath. But do we want to try and weave through the islands and go north first? Or do we want to go to Lurbank, check in with Kopman Rathamu first, and then do Galarath? Or do we want to just go around?
I think going to New Eden and getting the ring, just so that we can open the fucking gate and slap him in the fucking face if we have to.
I feel like that's a terrible idea.
That's
Yeah,
an
It's
absolutely
terrible.
awful idea.
It's the worst
not doing it.
idea.
Look,
Darn it.
we might be the gods' wet work guys, but if I'm remembering correctly, this dude is already a god, and the starting DC of gods is DC 40.
Uh-huh.
CR40, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not strong enough.
Well, okay,
to fight
so
gods.
demigod. Demigod.
He is
Look,
a
demigods start at like CR25.
I'm about to say, okay, so he's half a god, so it's CR20 at least. What? That's still just a couple of numbers too high for us right now.
Like, even assuming we can out-action economy him, we are screwed.
Maybe.
But there are things that we can do to even the playing field.
Like what?
Like what? Ram him with this ship.
Or some nonsense involving.
You don't even know.
No, hold on. He's actually onto something. This guy would definitely not be neutral.
Uh-huh.
We're definitely somewhere on the evil on the spectrum here.
I mean, I was going to say
deities are any longer considered to be what is the classification for
outsiders?
Well, no, yeah, I believe they are considered to be like some kind of outside.
Oh yeah, couldn't we just do the thing we did before?
What? Banish?
It wouldn't get him away, but it would yeet his followers.
It would get him away. It would basically get him away.
I mean, my suggestion, as insane as it is, was going to be use the Books of Ix on him.
I mean, yeah, that would definitely get rid of the. Open up door,
throw that.
Oh no! If Ix is having to deal with a god, she's gonna make like a multi-angle, multi-string like bola that just has a bunch of those notebooks tied to it.
Oh, just fucking oh Jesus!
But like, the goal here is to not free this creature.
Yeah, the goal is to make sure he doesn't get free, because that's gonna like it doesn't matter how you slice it. If we had to fight him, it's either going to be an absolute fucking disaster, a clusterfuck, or an absolute pain in the ass. None of these things are things Ix address enjoy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, the best course of action at the moment seems to be, if we really want to deal with the cult right now, which, by the way, Poor Darren. The cult is really near to the area he needs to go, and he's actually starting to get the itch to want to go. But like the best course of action seems to be we head to Galarath City. We inform Rahu of shit, collect our bounty potentially if he considers this feasibly completed. Which it probably isn't because we had to get the artifacts returned for him to pay us. Go to New Eden.
We have a fake. We have a fake one.
I mean,
We can give
yes.
him-
Yes, but 5 artifacts, 50k. So if we give him one real one and you think he's not going to spot a fake, you are wrong. That'll only net us about 10k. If he even gives us a partial reward.
I
Although,
don't particularly remember artifact retrieval being part of the payday. I thought it was just cat burglar stoppage.
And I quote, assuming everything is still intact.
Ah,
So, carpet bombing the cult, still a plan of action.
True. We might not get the full reward, but hey.
okay, so that 50k payday would only come after we've successfully slapped the cult around.
Yeah.
which I'm thinking that we potentially see if the council would be interested in a large scale act.
I do not think this is a wise idea. I think if
No.
there's anywhere the council does not want to initiate large scale action in, it's Moins Hanet.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm agreeing with Sears here. I don't think they'll go for it. So
You can always try. You
Yeah, and then
miss
get laughed at.
100%
Okay.
of the shots that you don't shoot.
This is a shot I'm not willing to shoot. Anyway, we could still leave the ring, the real ring with Rahu. Honestly, probably good hands for it to.
Is that wise? Considering that Rahu is in an area where the cultists are active and thieving. Who's to say they can't infiltrate law enforcement?
That is fair.
And to just even go one step further, who's to say they already have it?
We're going to have to go anyway, aren't we?
Yep.
Are you guys making your way back to the ship yet?
Yeah, I feel like at this point Darren would have started walking back to the ship.
Yeah, we've been.
Do you have any exotic spell components?
No. Surprisingly, his spell component pouch only had back guano in it. That's it.
Because Fireball.
Because he was coming to die.
Wow.
He knew
What
he
a
was going to
sacri-
die here, or you guys are going to take the money, you're going to hand over the ring, and he was going to go back. That was it.
Jesus.
Wow. What a sack of shit.
They
Wow.
worship a murder god. Being murdered is the highest honor you can give him.
I'm pretty
I
sure
think
from
that-
the reactions, Varian was the only one who saw what I did there.
I'm just ready to leave the call at this point, and I'm waiting for us to call it so I can.
Go to bed.
I'm not going to bed. I slept until 2 p.m.
Okay. Give me a sec.
So
So-
you guys are going to get back to the ship. Which is good, because one of the guys was going to be like, hey, you guys would probably be talking about, mass murder not here. As much as we don't care. Please no?
Plausible deniability.
Basically. I'm assuming you guys are going to spread out and get your regular clothes on.
Yes, please. Darren is going to stuff these clothes in a drawer where they will never be seen again.
That would be sick.
Nick's gonna end up coming into his room and just plopping a fucking letter on his head.
Darren is going to look
Thanks,
at the
Steph.
letter, look at Ix, and this is...
For you, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given it.
Oh, Thank you. And he plucks the letter off his head so he can start reading it.
It says, Darren, I was going to attempt to call, but I felt that you guys were busy with something else. After speaking with Rahu over a different matter recently, I was informed that you guys took on a serious role. So instead, I chose to send you a letter. Hopefully, it'll get to you in a reasonable amount of time. I know that one of your party members is a registered mercenary, and I know that we also have a guild member of the Plotters on board. I have recently received information that might be very relevant to your friend. I don't want to partake this information, but before I post it to any local mercenary guilds, since hunting down somebody of this particular situation would be too much for law enforcement to handle, and normally this kind of thing does get handed over to mercenaries anyways, I figured I would offer you and your party the opportunity to possibly do it yourselves. Since you had vested interest, I made sure to contact you as quickly as I could. Feel free to stop by my office when you have the chance or give a call, though office would be preferable as the information I will share will be probably limited until we make it public. Though a call would be appreciated, just let me know you're on your way because I might be able to hold proceedings if so. Thank you very much, Sir Ian.
That's a fancy and well-written letter. That didn't tell me a whole lot besides
It was a fancy way to say call me.
It's a fancy way of saying, I probably have work for you. Also, let me know you're alive. Thanks, okay, bye.
Sir Ian is a noble, despite him being a monster and technically not a person. He has the stature and money for it.
Darren just walks out of his room in his normal clothes now, raising his voice. We're going to Galaroth.
It's just gonna go cute.
Shut up.
I'm not wrong.
I am none of that, thank you.
That's where you're wrong.
I stopped being cute after I was 5.
Nope, still cute. Minuet, back me up. Darren's cute.
Servette, help.
Well, yeah.
Servette pops out and in the most perfect, surprisingly with the British accent for some reason, goes, "You are the most adorable thing on the face of the planet." And then pops back into his jar that you gave him. And you know he did that intentionally.
Just throws up his arms.
You've been outvoted. You are now cute. Can no longer live this down.
I've been betrayed. He rolls his eyes.
Betrayal of the highest order, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Let's see if I cook for you again.
You hear the chuckling from the vase, or the jar, the pot, whatever you want to call it.
The container of clay.
You know that he did it intentionally. You don't even know if he actually believes it or not.
He did it just because it's funny. Which, you know, fair. That's a good enough reason to do just about anything.
Would Darren have it any other way?
No, he wouldn't.
Anyway, I'm assuming we're going to Galareth other than just to go see my boyfriend.
Well, we might as well inform Rahu of this current development and the location of the cult, because if we can get any backup, it will probably be from them.
Fair.
Otherwise, we might need to actually go to Northtown and inform the marshals. But given Sir Ian seems to have some sort of series of connections, that might not be entirely necessary. And no, I will not make a personal visit into a business visit. They will be separate.
You could just do your personal and business on different days.
You think I didn't intend that?
I mean, that's
That
what I
said-
hoped you were in.
Sir Ian seems to have work for us. He sighs. Everyone has work for us.
We're good.
That's not a bad thing, but also there are other things we could be doing, and there are many things that we are currently trying to juggle in the air. And this is like me trying to translate 4 different documents in 12 different languages at the same time.
I mean, we don't have to accept. We can just, hear him out, and if it's something we do, then do it. If it's something we feel better for another team to do, we say that.
But shall we make sure that the Pirate Council is abreast of the situation though before we leave?
You can do that. I'm staying here.
Yeah, I could care less.
It's not that I do not care. It's that
You forget, Minuet is I'm a mercenary. I kill pirates for a living. Also,
I gather
I never agreed to shit.
if we're leaving.
Fuckers.
just plotting the course for now.
That way Eric can save it.
Yep. Whether or not you guys want to pay for extra days and stay is up to you guys.
Oh god, because we have Mr. Carver. Fuck!
It is. Bear in mind, you can always grab a payphone. You guys are in a major city right now, so there are payphones. It's a silver per message, or was it copper? I think it was a copper.
Yeah, if I remember, it was fairly cheap.
Yeah, it's like a copper for a 25-word message, right? Because they're using the crystals to power these things, so...
Okay, I'm just going to slam my head into a desk.
I'd be okay with us not worrying about Mr. Carver if you're willing to do some research for me.
I'll remind you, you guys picked up all these quests.
I can't juggle this many quests! There's too many.
Do you know how you handle that? You start saying no.
Yeah,
To
but
Bart.
That's not how it works!
That's literally what Ix said. Like, if we feel we can handle it, we go okay. If it sounds like it's something that's either, we're not going to be that suited for, or we just already have too much on our plate, we go, sorry, that's a bit too much at the moment. Again, Ix is this is probably another good reason why Ix is the captain, because she can go, yeah, no, we have a lot on our plate already, and maybe after we clear it up.
Yeah, because unfortunately I am the person who goes, but all the side quests, and Darren is also the person currently going, but all the things, and this is why he's quartermaster.
But you see, this is why it's best that I'm the captain, because I go, side quests? What are those?
Yeah, well, you better rein Varian and Cirrus in them. Because half of these quests have come from those two.
That's fair. Well, they always do it when I'm not around, so I can't tell them to go to their room.
Hey, Minuet, Cirrus.
Yeah.
How do you guys how do you guys feel being the quest getters of the party?
I'm still waiting until I learn something like Dimension Door so we can go fuck shit up on a island over in Mickle Fury.
I forgot about that.
Right.
I didn't forget about that. It's like right over here. Or no, it was this one, right?
Yeah, it was these islands down here. It's underneath this one.
Wait, underneath those ones?
Yes, where we need to go is underneath that island.
No, I was talking about the island specifically.
Oh.
Yeah, right, because they Sierra still wants to take care of that bandit camp because there's a high price to get on there. More like a bandit town, to be quite honest.
I mean, if we can get something that can outrange them, Ixadrax can definitely clear a path.
But yeah, Minuet has offered to skip on that if you're willing to do some research, Darren.
Oh shit, Monica.
Otherwise, you can
Yep.
also go grab a payphone.
But a payphone costs money.
A whole fucking copper.
Oh wait, look at all these coppers we have.
It's like I just gave you a bag full of them. It's like DM knows comedic timing.
Fuck me. Well,
Sir Ian would like to.
okay, you don't know the way that Surian and Darren interact, all right?
No, but I'm still making that joke, and you can't stop me. So, yeah,
Pat. Okay,
I will bite you.
Darren is going to leave the current course as is for now,
Viv,
and I guess he'll grab the bag of
Yes.
pennies and go find a payphone.
what level of spells do you know up to?
4th?
So we need to get you a scroll.
For what?
Dimension door. Because you can learn that.
Can learn.
Yes, you can.
But okay, actual question here. How far away are these islands from the mainland?
Like to the point where you can see them from land, from mainland. Like via ship, that's 0.5. Even at speed limit, that's like a couple hours. It's less than 0.5.
Okay, but it is still significantly larger than 400 feet plus 40 feet per level.
Yes. Yeah, these things are about 30 to 40 miles from shore.
Yeah, it's a bit out of my range.
Just a bit.
Wait a minute. How far down is ground through the mist?
Roughly 2 miles. Well,
Okay.
roughly a mile to 2 miles, depending on the area.
Also, the other reason Darren is doing this, as he's doing logistics in his head and trying to make everything work, I'm sorry, if he were a machine, you could hear the squealing and grinding of gears as he's trying to make everything fit together.
You know, Ix, you could also probably go and use a payphone to go and talk to that officer instead of actually going to Lurbank.
But like, sure, we'll just both go to a payphone and share the bag of pennies.
That would actually work.
Just
Yep.
standing there with the bag of pennies.
Perfect.
But the other reason to stay here is that Darren is actually interested in meeting Mr. Carver.
Oh, good. I do get to use him then.
Like, Darren is super reluctant about the idea of that forbidden knowledge being utilized, but also understands the necessity of it. But Mr. Carver sounds really interesting, so not only is curiosity driving him, but the potential of knowledge.
Ooh, forbidden knowledge. All right, give me one moment. I'll let you guys open roleplay anything else you want to before we get to conversations. In case you guys have questions or ideas between yourselves to get out, because it sounds like there are a few things.
So is Exodress actually going with Darren to the pay terminal?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for my muchly screaming. Here I was listening to lo-fi beats that were supposed to make me chill.
Sorry about that. On a side note, you complain about all the side quests. Who has to keep all the shit in his head between two games?
You do.
So I'm gonna put a note out for you really quickly for the results of this game. If you guys go to Glareth and hand it over to Rahu and decide to walk away, whose hands do you think this is gonna end up in?
The other group, and that's bad. We are better equipped to kill Cult of Demigod.
All right, so we got two people on the phone. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Kai.
Oh, grabs the captain, puts captain in the seat.
Captain's in the hot seat.
Darren may or may not actually be displaying anxiety.
Aw. He's afraid to call. Ix.
Hmm.
Your call.
What's my call?
Darren's being anxiety and panic written to make the call first. So you're going first.
Oh my god.
This
A ranger or not?
This is not the same.
Oh my wuss.
Shut.
A little bit.
Absolute wuss.
It's degenerate.
Wiggles tentacles at him.
You're proving my point. Just waves, like in a shooing motion. Just make your call.
Okay, where's my what's yes, Officer Wrath.
Yep.
Alright, well she's gonna send a message going, well, I have time to speak over a payphone from my current location. Would this be acceptable?
The response back is yes. I do apologize for the inconvenience, Madam Ixodras. We have some slight concerns about your father's whereabouts.
Please elaborate.
Unfortunately, he has left his job, left his home, left his wife, and left everything to you, Madam Ixodras.
Oh dear.
We were hoping to receive some form of information from you of where or when he may go, as your family does have a slight history.
Well, I got a letter from him after reaching my current destination, where he was mostly just assuring me that he was okay and he was seeing the sights of the world.
I see. That is the same excuse he gave lots of his co-workers. However, it has been recently found that his will and testament has been left prominently on his desk by one of his servants, who decided to clean in there in his absence, even though being told not to. We believe that he may be up to something, and we'd like to stop it before it begins.
Era, I have an idea of what he's doing. Read my mind and tell me if I'm correct.
You're correct.
Fuck.
Someone's on their way to try to deal with a certain guardian spirit, aren't they?
Why speak to the Guardian when you can just skip the process and do the job your daughter was given so that way she could be freed?
No. Oh.
So, Ixodras is going to go. Okay. I have an idea of what he's doing, and I am If he's doing what I am afraid he's doing, he's being a fucking idiot. And he needs to be talked out of.
So your assumption is about the same as us.
Yes.
Do you
Being a
have-
dumbass for my sake. Or at least he thinks he's doing it. It's complicated. Either way, he doesn't know that there's another option.
Well, I assume that means you're not going to tell us where he is.
Oh, the problem is I don't know exactly where he is at the moment. I just have an idea of where he's going to go.
Where do you think he's going?
Mickle Fury.
Do you know the city, town?
Oh god, did I not write? Or is it? I don't remember the town.
It was
But it was
Borg
probably-
Fury.
I was gonna say it was probably Borg Fury. Odds are it's Borg Fury, from what I vaguely remember when I was looking into it.
I will let the local authorities know in Borg Fury to be on the lookout for him, letting them know that he is not mentally okay. Based on everything.
I'm also going to do my best to get a message to him to talk him down or out of.
Absolutely. If he'd like to turn himself in somewhere, there's many things that we can do for counseling, among other things. But I do very greatly appreciate your cooperation. We know of the feud a lot of your family has had, at least according to your side of the family.
Yes, thankfully I've come across a method of ending the feud in a, not needing to murder the innocent sort of way. And he doesn't know I've recently come across that information, so he's trying.
Right, something about a curse or family curse or something
Yeah.
like that.
It's, like I said, it's complicated. I know how to fix it, but he doesn't know that I know how to fix it, nor does he know how to properly. So
I'll take your
I
word for it. Just don't murder anybody, okay?
only in self-defense.
Understood. Once again, thank you so much for your cooperation. I'll let the local authorities know if you have any additional information or need to pass anything on. You have my name. You can obviously contact me via terminal at any point in time. I don't have a personal one, but I will rush to the station if need be.
I appreciate that, and if I come across any more information, or if I can get my father to not be an idiot, I will contact you.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful night.
Cool. So Ix is now going to use the terminal to send a message to her dad going, "You fucking idiot, please tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing." Also, figured out a way around it.
First, somebody subtract 16 copper from that total.
Okay.
Because I've actually got to count the messages.
Excellent.
I assume X has just got the total for that.
Yeah.
15 copper so far, yep.
Bear in mind, it's probably going to take a while for your dad to get back to you. Because he has to make it to a terminal.
That's fine. But X is basically being like, fucking get on a terminal or something, talk to me.
Understood. In the meantime, do you want to push Darren into the box?
Yes, Darren's going into the box, X is shutting the door and leaning against.
Fuck!
I'm making him talk.
But I'm note taking.
The most evil thing I can think of. Making the introvert talk to people.
I mean, literally, because Darren really isn't much of an extrovert.
No, he's
Is-
not.
Ix doesn't like people, but she can deal with them.
As much as he's a good orator.
You got a big fancy letter that said, "Please let me know you're alive," and hey, I might have a job for you, but please let me know you're alive.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Ix is, by the way, just chanting "Do it" outside of the little box at him. By the way,
If only I knew silence.
do it. Do it. Do it. That wouldn't stop me. I would just tap it to you in Morse code.
But I still wouldn't hear it.
Well, then I would come in there and shake you in Morse code until you did it. That, or I'll just go get Minuet to bother you until you do it.
Look, Darren is putting pennies into the machine. He's gonna call Sir Ian.
Good. Do it.
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, this reminds me of that GIF that we all saw recently about the bronze dragoness and the halfling.
Yes.
Yes.
Doom, 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 doom. Death by snoo, snoo. You know what this is reminding me of is that
GIF got finished and it's amazing.
I know, I love it. This just reminds me though, this makes me think because Kai is laughing, so I'm imagining Darren getting that nervous laugh in the phone box going, "Ha ha ha ha, is not a registered user. Please give us a different name. Or press the button to return your coins."
Oh gosh. Yeah, Darren is going to call Sir Ian.
Yep. Your opening message.
I hope it's not too late for you. But I am alive, obviously. I hope you are well.
Oh,
That's
Darren.
the message.
It's only 4 p.m., you realize. So, of course it's not too late. I'm actually still in the office. Does this mean my letter found you well?
It did, as well as the current situation may be described.
Oh, that's
So
good.
there's just a very, very small squee going in the background, listening to Darren talk like this to somebody.
Darren's tail just baps at the door of the terminal.
Well, I'm glad that my letter made it to you well. Do apologize, I'm not used to writing personal letters. But, yes, I do have some work for you I can't discuss over the phone, but it does refer to your friend with criminal on the forehead.
I see. At the moment, we're in Clearport, and it seems, at least for safety and sanity's sake, he will be rooming here for the time being.
Yeah, understood. We probably should not have said that over these, because sometimes they are recorded, but nevertheless, if you guys happen to have... Sorry, roommate just got home. I will greet him in a moment. If you guys are in Clearport, would you guys mind stopping by a particular tea shop around there? If
I
paid
can
you?
see that it's done.
There is a tea shop in the north end where all the tourist stuff is. Not very many people hang out in Clearport of my stature, but they sell a very specific black tea. They call it, of course, Death's Tea, because they have to be edgy, but I rather like it, and would appreciate if you picked me up some.
I can do that, if you like.
Absolutely, it's a very deep black. If you'd like to have some of yourself, you're free to.
I'll be sure to stash it away so nobody else has it.
You swear you hear a squee of a cobalt in the background, and you hear Ian lean over and go, "Shut up, Mirror."
It seems we're having similar issues with our companions.
Yes, Mirror's just excited.
Twitchy cattail. Whenever it's looking at something it finds interesting.
I may or may not have something for you when next we meet.
Oh,
Though that may be some time. There are errands to take care of first.
that is absolutely fine. We're in no rush. Uh, I I do look forward to seeing you soon, of course.
Of course. I have missed you.
You hear her cough for a moment. He goes, "I've missed you too."
I I shan't keep you much longer. I'm sure you're busy. You have much to attend to in your life.
Yes,
It will be easier to talk in person.
yes. Since most of this information is sensitive, anyways, it'd be appreciated. I will let you get back to whatever errands you guys are. I'm sure you're busy.
I will try not to be too busy to call.
That is appreciated.
Have a good evening, sir.
Yourself, Darren.
Awkwardly long silence, and then Darren just slowly, hesitantly hangs up.
18 copper pieces. And by the way, that was the introvert's version of a "you hang up first." No, you hang up first. That's what that was.
Just aggressive squeeing from Express. Mildly out of character for her, but she finds this fucking adorable.
Darren glaring over his shoulder at her.
You look over at your shoulder and she's got the big kitty eyes like she just saw a ball of yarn or something for the first time in her life.
Basically.
Just sparkles.
Throws open the doors of the bay terminal so hard it rattles the booth.
Like,
Gets in her face.
wide saucer eyes, all sparkles, like little flicky tail.
You will tell no one.
You can't stop me.
I can learn silence, and I can find someone who can make it permanent.
You could, but I'm the captain.
Damn it. Darren is actually blushing in embarrassment and stomping off toward the ship. He flips six address the bird.
Ixodrash just goes, I accept bribes.
Fine. What do you want?
I don't know.
I meant for dessert.
Hmm.
I can dip. Sorry, bleh, words. I can dip minuet in chocolate.
I can't decide if that would be delicious or just ridiculous. Probably both.
Well.
Do you know how to make tiramisu?
Slight groan. Because he knows that's delicate.
Exactly. But of course, something like that would be one of Ix's favorite desserts.
I wanted to do spell research over the next few days. Fine. Get your tiramisu.
And consider your adorable conversation secret.
I will find a way to make you forget.
You won't.
Squinting, goes back to stomping back to the ship.
Because I'm the captain. Yes, she's milking that for all she's worth, or for all it's worth, because she knows Darren won't go against the hierarchy. Too ingrained in his system.
Oh, ouch. Abuse of power.
That's a funny thing though. In that earlier when she pulled that card on Minuet.
Minuet's like the exact opposite.
Yeah, Minuet was actually incredibly offended.
Minuet has authority issues.
Minuet is a thief.
So, does that mean Minuet is free to prank Ixodras every time he gets offended?
I mean, if he starts a prank war, Ixodras is not going to be subtle about it.
And no,
you need to.
this is
The,
Minuet's not. Pranking is not what's going on.
La la.
No.
But no, when did Ixodras do the "I'm the captain" thing to Minuet?
It was a little while ago.
I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember either, but I'm not particularly feeling well, so my brain is kind of scrambled.
It's okay. We're at the session end here. This is probably a good place to stop and leave Darren's little adorableness at the end of this video.
And besides, normally when she goes the "I'm the captain" thing, she's not really being serious about it. I almost said serious about it.
Heh.
Cereal?
I'm being serious.
Are you being serial about it?
Are you being ethereal? Absolutely.
I will
ethereal?
I will pour Honey Nut Cheerios on you.
But Honey Nut Cheerios are tasty and you should not waste them.
Exactly why I'm doing it.
They gasp.
Also, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is better.
I'm actually offended by that.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Alright, let's go ahead and call it. Who do I want to raid? Hey, Blue's going. I'm going to go ahead and raid Blue.
Okay, I'm going to go head out and do end things as well.
Yep, you feel better though, okay?
Okay.
Oh, hopefully will.
Alright. In the meantime, everybody out there, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you all. Drink more water. Take care of yourselves. Get plenty of rest, plenty of water, yada yada blah. Like and subscribe or something. Comment, blah 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 blah. I actually got sleep this time, so y'all have a wonderful night, and let's raid. Bye!